There's no way. I literally open YouTube, and you'll never guess what creator has almost the exact same thumbnail as a thumbnail I saw and saved for Depressed Ginger.
Ben Shapiro?
No, I literally meant you'll never guess.
Oh.
Like don't even try, because it's not going to happen. Oh, he changed his thumbnail. Okay. His thumbnail's a little different, but before it was more similar. So you see the third one in?
Mm-hmm.
It says what needs to happen for Alberta's secession. Okay. Earlier, it was near identical to this thumbnail. Boom.
James K. Lindsay, wow. Wow.
I know, right?
Could Canada be about to start breaking apart? For decades, international attention has been focused on the French-speaking province of Quebec, which has long had a strong pro-independence movement. However, following the country's recent general election, many are now looking towards the Western Canadian province of Alberta, where separatist sentiment has also grown, including in a rather unusual way. So, what exactly lies behind all this, and could Canada really start to break apart? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr Lindsay, and here I take a look at international relations, conflict,
if he tells me it's going to happen,
and statehood.
It's definitely going to happen.
We tend to think
you know what I mean?
that separatism is driven by ethnic, linguistic, or religious differences. A community with a distinct identity that sees itself as fundamentally different from the majority seeks to break away to form an independent state.
You know what's going to be funny? I guarantee you the issue that Alberta has is something that could be solved with confederalism, but that idea is literally died out over 100 years ago in the white world. Like, you don't to try to secede from a fucking state,
a successful democracy
in this day and age. Like, you have fun with that economy, dude.
Crazy. I imagine America would just incorporate them.
Sometimes
if they wanted it, but
yeah, like I imagine that's exactly what they would go for.
The secessionist movement can also be driven by economic and political factors. One of the best examples is in Canada. For many decades, discussions have centred on whether Quebec, the predominantly French-speaking province, would break away and form a separate country. But while this debate continues, a strong secessionist movement has also emerged over in the west of the country, especially in the province of Alberta. At 10 million square kilometres, or 3.8 million square miles, Canada is the world's second largest country by area. Its population is around 40 million. Operating under a federal political system, the country is divided into 10 provinces and 3 territories. Located in Western Canada, Alberta is the 4th largest province by both size and population, with approximately 5 million inhabitants. With an economy dominated by oil and gas exploration, Alberta is the 3rd largest provincial economy after Ontario and Quebec, and accounts for between 15 and 20% of Canada's overall GDP. While Canada has a long and rich history of human settlement stretching back thousands of years, our story begins in the late 15th century with the arrival of European explorers. Over the following centuries, Britain and France established extensive colonies in North America. This lasted until the end of the 7 Years' War in 1763, when the French territories east of the Mississippi River.
Bro, you know what I learned the origins of? What some whiteys would be calling a slur. I learned the actual origins behind it. It's gringo.
Okay.
Apparently it's because of the American soldiers' uniforms being green.
Yeah.
but like that's not green is not green in Spanish. It's verde.
Yes.
But I heard it from a Dominican.
Okay.
So they said that's where like in that that's what they always knew.
Yeah.
Being Dominican is that's where the word came from, was the because America occupied the Dominican Republic, I believe, in the 80s, like they did everywhere else. Fact check me. They might have occupied Haiti, which is Hispaniola, so same island.
I will be back. I really need to go to the toilet.
Okay.
Came under British control.
What
in
a
1791,
pussy.
following the emergence of the United States of America, much of the remaining British-held territory in North America was divided into two parts: the predominantly French-speaking Lower Canada, known as Quebec, and the English-speaking Upper Canada. However, after a Francophone rebellion, the two territories were merged in 1840 to form a single unit, the province of Canada. This lasted until 1867, when Canada, which included present-day Ontario and Quebec, united with two other British colonies, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, to form a confederation known as the Dominion of Canada. From that point,
a confederation!
The country expanded rapidly. 3 years later, in 1870, it acquired Prince Rupert's Land, Manitoba, and the Northwest Territories. This was followed by the addition of the colony of British Columbia in 1871, Prince Edward Island in 1873, and the Arctic Islands in 1880. Meanwhile, the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway in 1885 opened up the settlement of the prairies in the west of the country. As a result, Alberta and Saskatchewan became provinces in 1905. Then, in 1949,
Not a real
Canada
country.
assumed its current external borders when Newfoundland, which included the territory of Labrador, joined the Federation. Finally, the creation of Nunavut in 1999 established the country's present internal boundaries. Although Canada had spent a century expanding, by the 1970s, pressures were emerging. These were centred on Quebec, where a resurgence of Francophone identity coincided with calls for modernisation. Although the provincial authorities began pushing for greater self-rule, and the central government tried to strengthen Canadian national unity.
And I said, what kind of phone?
So I'm still doing the time codes.
What
because
kind
this
of
video
phone?
Needs to be uploaded.
This is what's called a setup.
I don't know what you want.
What kind of phone?
I don't know.
The telephone. Come on,
Stop it.
man.
Stop it.
How do you
Awful.
not see the setup, what I'm giving you?
Dog shit. Because I want to get this fucking video out,
You know,
and I'm
it's
trying
a
to
special
do the...
telephone that you use.
You want soundbite. Oh my god. Endless fucking pop-ups.
AKA pussy telephone.
Unity by making French an official language.
That's what a francophone
calls
is.
for independence now grew. All this gained wider attention in 1976 when the pro-independence Parti Québécois won elections in the territory. As a result, 4 years later, in 1980, it organised a referendum on a sovereignty association model that would see Quebec formally separate from Canada while retaining close economic ties. However, while the idea was defeated with a 60% vote against it, the push for statehood continued. After returning to power in 1994, the Parti Québécois held another referendum the following year. This time, the plan for independence was only narrowly defeated, losing by just 50.6% to 49.4%.
My laptop's dying.
The 1995 referendum was a watershed moment for Canada and prompted crucial legal and political developments. Following a request from the Canadian government, the Canadian Supreme Court ruled in 1998 that while Quebec couldn't unilaterally secede under either Canadian or international law, a clear vote in favour of secession would require all parties to negotiate in good faith. This in turn led to the passing of a new law, the Clarity Act, in 2000. This established the terms for any future independence process. In addition to requiring that any referendum must pose a clear question, it also mandated that all provinces and indigenous peoples be involved in any subsequent negotiations.
So are they leaving or not?
It also stipulated that a formal constitutional amendment would be necessary for any secession. Although Quebec refused to accept the law, the Clarity Act has nevertheless come to be viewed as providing a framework for any future secession. But since then, the situation has evolved considerably. While the campaign for Quebec independence still has a solid base, broader support in the province has declined. Indeed, latest polling suggests that around 30 to 40% support breaking away and establishing a separate independent state. However, this certainly doesn't mean that separatism has disappeared in Canada. Instead, attention has increasingly turned to another very different secessionist movement, this time in the Western Canadian province of Alberta. Although the independence movement in Alberta isn't as well known as the one in Quebec, it also has a long history and deep roots. Almost as soon as it joined the Federation in 1905, Alberta felt politically marginalised and economically exploited. Most notably, unlike the older federal provinces, it wasn't given control over its own resources until 1930. However, the crucial turning point came in the 1980s when the Canadian government, under Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, introduced a nationwide energy policy, the National Energy Programme, the NEP. For many in the oil and gas-rich West, this was seen as a power grab by the federal government, especially as many argued it redistributed income from the energy-rich states to the other parts of the country. All this had a significant impact in Alberta, where latent suspicion of the federal government was combined with a strongly conservative political streak. As a result, an openly separatist political party now emerged, the Western Canada concept. However, while this gained some initial traction, even winning a seat in the Provincial Assembly, by the late 1980s, the movement had died down as debate increasingly turned to greater autonomy within Canada. Meanwhile, under Stephen Harper, an Albertan who served as the Conservative Prime Minister of Canada from 2006 to 2015, separatist sentiment in Alberta largely receded from public view. I hope you're finding this interesting. If so, please do give it a like and perhaps subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much. And now, back to the video. But while independence had been...
I only saw a small spoiler. I've literally been working 24 hours straight on this fucking election video for Jack because he didn't want to by the way, you're deleting Twitter off your phone. Okay? Because instead of arguing with Chinese bots, you know,
it's so much fun. You
should be lucky that I'm here. Okay? You should be happy that I'm here. You're very lucky that you have me.
I am. You know this.
And that's why you're deleting Twitter. So when you go to argue with Chinese, because look, you're just deleting the app. You can still open the web browser on the phone to go to Twitter and be a real degenerate if you can't cope without it. But you got to take it off your phone for your own productivity.
I mean, look.
I warned you. I warned you a day in advance when you're arguing with a Chinese bot. Boy, that article or that video sure getting done, huh? And you said, it'll be done. Yeah, because of me. That's why it will get done.
I mean, look, we turned it around in 2 days. I wrote it, filmed it, and pretty much we've edited it in 2 days. It's not a bad turnaround for a last-minute thing.
Anyway.
And it turned out pretty good.
I saw a small spoiler because I opened Twitter to prep the tweets to tweet out, and I saw Moon say that Hasan was getting cooked, and that was a big spoiler for me. But I already know her bias. So, you know. I just don't see how Ethan doesn't look really silly.
Yeah, well, that's all we can hope for, right? I'm really hoping that Sam has kind of woken him up a little bit.
Well, really, the thing with Sam that they were hyper focused on was the hyperbole about him saying the stuff about Zionist, and Ethan just saying that because some of those Zionists are Jews, it's anti-Semitic, and Sam was being like, "Yeah, but most of them are Christian." If Jews are at the meeting, you can't talk shit about the meeting now.
I guess not.
Get out of town, bro. That was the annoying part of that.
Yeah.
Other than that was a fine conversation. Really.
Pushed off the political agenda, it certainly hadn't disappeared. Over the past decade, it's made a remarkable resurgence. This has been driven by two interrelated factors. First of all, a decade of Liberal Party rule under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the son of Pierre Trudeau, created an increasing sense of political marginalisation. Notably, despite winning the 2015, 2019 and 2021 national elections, the Liberals saw their share of the vote fall to just under 14% in Alberta. Secondly, many Albertans saw the Liberal Party's policies as fundamentally opposed to the province's economic interests, especially regarding the energy sector. Additionally, a federal revenue sharing arrangement, the so-called equalisation formula, is also widely resented in Alberta, where many believe that the province contributes disproportionately to federal revenues, despite its own economic problems. All this led to a growing sense that the existing federal arrangements were working against Alberta and in turn fed separatist sentiment. Indeed, opinion polls in 2020 and 2021
I was literally just about to say,
many...
To be honest, I've absorbed very little of this video, but now I'm back on board. I got enough of the background context about how the state was formed. This is like, they're like, they're saying the government's against them. They're like, God, my brain is fucking fried from working for 24 hours straight. You know, the guys in Pakistan and Iran who are based? The ethnic group?
The Balochistan.
Yes. Yes. It's the Balochistan of Canada.
Is 40%
Can you believe I
of
blanked on that
Albertans
one?
would vote for independence if given the option. This
All that
trend
work.
spurred movements like Western Exit, Wexit, and the Maverick Party, which called not only for Alberta to break away, but also for Western Canada more broadly, including neighbouring Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. Meanwhile, and even more interestingly, in a province that shares many political, ideological and cultural similarities with the neighbouring US states of Montana and Idaho, polling also suggested that as many as 20% of Albertans favoured leaving Canada to become the 51st US state. Capitalising on all this, the Alberta provincial government began calling for greater autonomy, launching several high-profile initiatives such as the 2021 Fair Deal Panel and the 2022 Alberta Sovereignty Within a United Canada Act. However, while support for independence appeared to decline slightly in 2023 and early 2024, it's now rising again, and this time there's a sense that it may well lead to a referendum. So, what's driven this resurgence? Ultimately, it's down to two broad developments. The first was the re-election of Donald Trump as US President in November 2024. Aside from the political affinity that many Albertans feel with US Conservatives, Alberta's heavy economic reliance on oil and gas mean that Trump's support for fossil fuels has been widely welcomed in the province. Meanwhile, although Trump's policies towards Canada as a whole, including tariffs and threats of annexation, have angered most of the rest of the country, the response from Alberta has been far more muted.
Twitch had an internal messaging service, and then they had to get rid of it because Dr. Disrespect was being a pedophile in the DMs. You're muted.
Yeah, I am muted because people are screeching in the background. Yes.
For instance, its premier,
we love
Danielle
pedos
Smith, who's been
destroying messaging systems on social media.
You love pedos?
I said we.
I know, but now you're going to get clipped. I'm going to put you on live stream fails.
accused of flirting with the pro-independence movement, refused to endorse a joint federal-provincial response to the US import taxes. Secondly, the resurgence of the Liberal Party has also had an effect.
Hey, you know there are two
went
SA
against
parties?
the Conservatives in the April 2025 general election, who just months earlier had been expected to score a landslide victory, will almost certainly feed into the Albertan sense of political marginalisation.
That's not a real
Indeed, with opinion polls showing that support for secession would grow if the Liberals did in fact win a third term, Smith has already issued a thinly veiled warning to the new Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. In a message to the new leader, she noted that while Albertans are proud Canadians, they wouldn't tolerate threats to their industries, hinting at an independence vote if the new government pursued what she called hostile acts. So, could Alberta really try to break away? As things stand, it certainly can't be discounted. Unlike most other countries where secession is constitutionally prohibited, thanks to the Clarity Act, Canada has a clearly defined route for separation. In this regard, we may well see an independence referendum. The question is whether this succeeds, and what would it lead to? At this stage, and despite all the recent developments, a vote for independence appears unlikely. Full-scale separatism still remains a minority position. Then again, much could yet rest on the relationship between the provincial and federal governments. If tensions continue to rise and Ottawa is seen to be working against Albertan interests, support for independence may increase. In this sense, Albertan secession might not be as far-fetched as it seems, although it should also be noted that this is unlikely to be a swift process, if it does in fact ever happen. As for annexation by the United States, this seems even less likely. While Trump's talk of Canadian annexation has been well received by some Albertans, it still seems a fringe viewpoint. More to the point, as the negative effects of Trump's economic policies take hold, support for this option may flow away entirely. Instead, the greater threat is that if Alberta
let's get Alberta,
were in fact to
Canada,
break
and
away,
then we can
others
call
within
North
Canada
Dakota,
would follow.
Middle
Polling
Dakota.
suggests that support for independence is also relatively high in neighbouring Saskatchewan. And if those two broke away,
Not a real
Manitoba
country.
and British Columbia, which also have their own sovereigntist movements, may also start to view separation more favourably. And looming over all this is, of course, Quebec. If others leave, it may also begin a new push to break away. And it's for all these reasons that the debate currently taking place in Alberta may yet have far more significant implications for the future of Canada than any of Trump's seemingly hollow threats to annex the country. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next video.
Jack, are you ready? We're not ready. We don't have the fruit. We don't have the fruit. Drew Pavlo and Destiny did a little stream together.
What'd you say?
I said, are you ready to go? Or do you need more stalling?
Almost. I'm almost
Okay.
done
All right.
with the time codes.
We will stall.
Concealing a gun in your pants is really hard. You know, it's not an easy thing to do. And luckily, there's a YouTube channel dedicated to exactly what fashion choices you need to make to be able to hide from everyone the fact that you could kill them at any second. If I were brand new to concealed carry, I would buy these clothes.
Okay, that is perfect to us because we are brand new to concealed carry.
I'm brand
This
new
is
to
already
clothes.
cringe.
Yeah, me too. So all of this is new.
I'm glad we finally got something to learn. What I find really funny just straight off the bat is that it says don't wear this. And it's like possibly the gayest sentence that exists in English.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be singing that. But like these are gun guys, but like big masculine guys, and be like the 10 do's and don'ts of being a gun guy in the order.
Yeah, exactly. But also, I am slightly jealous of them because it's like they're playing life like they're a video game character.
Yeah.
Or it's like, oh, I'm specking out my clothes for my
That's so
weapon. 'Cause it's like,
sweet,
if you are carrying a weapon, that honestly should be the only thing you're ever thinking about.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
everything else should revolve around your weapon. It's a big responsibility, so kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna spec this guy.
Lots of people are hyper-focused on gear, but they limit their focus to the gun or the accessories that go on the gun. But what about your clothing? Clothing is a critical part of the system.
I love that it's a system.
Guys, these channels are here to sell products.
Yes.
It's like this is like going on TikTok and thinking people are for real when they talk about whatever juice or whatever they selling.
It's not gay. We're not being women. This is all about a tactical clothing system.
Hey guys, this is Jeff with Tennecore. I'm the founder and designer of Tennecore products. I've been carrying a gun for
Oh, so
over
it is
25
literally
years.
an
I've
ad.
never carried anything for that long.
If I carried a gun for 25
I
years,
found a
I would have
mistake,
killed so
but it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The amount of accidents and just people, I'd be like, you've got a gun. I would have shot myself at least twice today.
So our goal here is for me to share with you my experience in the last 25 plus years, spending all the money and time and energy and resources that I have into figuring out this concealment problem.
Every single article of clothing that he's picked up is undercover cop clothes.
Yep.
A Hawaiian shirt at a music festival. I'm just a normal guy who doesn't have a gun.
Don't have a gun, no gun here, guys.
I've spent thousands of hours and tens of thousands of dollars experimenting with things and trying to figure out what actually
Okay.
works for carrying a gun every day.
For a man that's
I think we need to have a discussion. Should we be calling them Hawaiian shirts? What about the shirts make them Hawaiian?
They're flowery and shit.
Okay, but why are they called Hawaiian shirts? You know, is this like, you know, that's, you know, like how we're doing the thing where we're calling them wife respecters now?
Oh, is that what they're called?
So, I mean, if you're cool, you don't use you call it a
wife
tank top if you're cool.
You know what I say?
But
Singlet.
well, a singlet is more like it's more like something that you wear if you're gonna get fucked in the ass or or do a wrestling match.
Hilarious.
Anyway, like this is such weak sauce material that they're after, because it's like the best game to get in right now. I think, like, as far as like the textile market is the tactical market. So like there's you already have like Shane and all that shit tapped out on the fast fashion market for women, right? But the thing is, with fast fashion, it's volume, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're making money because it costs like 2 cents to make. With a lot of this shit, you can charge premiums on it because it's like utility gear. You know?
Yes, you can charge stupid prices.
And you can
Or $10
you can
or $10.
use better materials, but still not even like make this shit in America, you know? I'm sure they do, because like, why would you import leather?
Yeah.
And I saw saw some stuff that I think is leather, and I assume, but you know, like,
It's illegal to import
who-
kangaroo leather to America. Did you know
who
that?
can? Well, I mean, we have leather. We have so much leather.
Yeah.
Like, cows are our
But
thing.
kangaroo.
You know what I
Kangaroo leather
mean?
is some of the best leather on earth. Kangaroo hide whips are like some of the most expensive.
But the thing is that
like
if you're
rancher whips.
actually selling product, as an American company, like you're gonna be sourcing something from China eventually if you're a textile company, really.
I mean, eventually, yeah, but it's up to them to do that responsibly and ethically. Whether they do, well,
Like,
that's a different story.
out of all the gun tubing content they could have picked to call gay, it's a guy who's just fucking grifting and selling clothing.
Yeah.
Like, you're watching an ad and making fun of it, guys.
Talking about how much research
You know, they don't even realize the comedy goldmine that Grantham is.
he's done. He's literally wearing a hoodie and jeans.
Yeah, no, stuff's changed a lot for us.
What are you fucking talking about, bro?
I think the issue is that this man just likes fashion.
Yeah.
He likes fashion and he needs to make this elaborate backstory in order to still be a straight guy. And he's like, oh, it's actually like tactical research, like 25 years of research. It's like, no, just...
Bro! He's selling a product! God, fuck, they're so annoying.
fashion inspiration channel.
And I like it at the end of this, his resolution was the straight guy outfit. Yeah. That's the perfect, universally perfect outfit.
I'm already, I gotta bring up real gay gun stuff for us.
What, are you going to bring up, Destiny?
No.
No, you're thinking of the wrong Destiny. Is that their name?
Who?
The
Destiny Dynamics is who you're thinking of?
yeah.
No.
Not like jumping in. This episode of TFB TV should be called The Gospel of Summer, because I'm here to bring you the good news. First, good news. This is the annual TFB TV Summer Spesh, and today we're talking about the best way to safely carry your pistol during the best season of the year. Summer can be tough for concealed carry. In many parts of the country, we're wearing short shorts, tank tops, bathing suits, bikinis, and banana hammocks, at least if you're on South Beach. This is hardly ideal for concealed carry. Moreover, while over 99% of us are probably not going to be attacked at the beach, RIP Steve Irwin, we will be bombarded by harmful UV rays. I like to carry my Panama Jack next to my double stack, and I think you should too. Throw in your keys, your wallet, your cell phone, all that other shit. What are we men supposed to do, especially if we don't have any pockets or belt loops? And what if you want to hit the ocean, the hot tub, or the swimming hole, but you don't want to sink your appendix rig? You do have options. One is a plastic grocery bag. Really not that bad. It's covert, it's cheap, and it's not a purse, but it's not safe for carry, and it kind of gives you those hobo vibes. Not to mention, plastic bags are really shitty for the environment. So, I guess you can leave all your stuff at home. I'm kidding, of course. That's asinine. Not even an option. Could there possibly be a solution that allows you to carry all your
he's
crap
much gayer
safely on your body,
than the
but
guy
close
who's
enough to
actually
get
selling
to
a
it
product.
quickly,
That's
but
true.
still look f***ing fantastic? Sounds impossible, right? I have good news. Let me introduce you to the fanny pack. Today I'm bringing you the good news about perhaps the most alpha male summer accessory of 2021. In this video, I'll review a shitload of tactical and non-tactical fanny packs and how suitable each is for concealed carry. So what if you're too cool for fanny packs, or you think fanny packs aren't badass or just embarrassing to wear? I have good news for you also. They are, my friend.
Can we
Everyone here
seriously
at
just
TFB
talk
TV
about the fucking gat he's pulling out of a fucking fanny
too
pack
cool
in
for
slow
fanny
motion
packs, and
here?
You think fanny packs
Look at
aren't
this shit.
badass or just embarrassing to wear? I have good news for you also, my friend. Everyone here at TFB
Like, it's
TV
just
and
so
the TFB
disappointing.
viewer kings in the
Like,
comment
how
section
much
are
content
here
they
to
could
help
have
you
picked
come
to make
terms
fun of.
with your crippling
And it's just
beta
a guy
male feelings
selling
of
clothes.
inadequacy. And maybe by the end of this video, I believe you will believe in yourself. Finally, one last piece of good news. TFB TV vets know that every year I turn out the TFB TV Summer Jams playlist. Over the years,
Okay, you ready yet?
Yes. I'm just doing tags, and it's uploaded, it's premiered, and I'm just doing tags, and then I'm done.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the link.
What are you talking about, my dude? Like, we're literally mocking them for being cringe. Like, they claim to be, what? Communists? Tankies? Socialists?
I think you
Marxists?
don't understand how disappointing
Yeah.
that is with how gay the gun community is and how much there was to select from.
And, like, also, just think about, like, there's just so much to choose from.
I was so excited for that video.
And, like, they could have easily spoken about gay GunTube in a positive light. But why would they do that?
No, I didn't want a positive light. I wanted them to make fun of gun guys for being gay. Like Grand Thumb.
Yeah, yes. I mean, think about how many of the homoerotic jokes they throw around in those videos.
Yeah, because there's nothing funnier to straight men than talking about kissing your friends goodnight and stuff. It's very, very interesting. These people who want to be ultra masculine, they all have a specific type of humor, isn't it?
It is very strange. I'm just trying to come up with tags.
I mean, I sent you video link.
How do I vote? How to vote? Who do I vote for?
Australia election.
Voting.
Australia. Number 1. Oh wow. What a great thumbnail on this video. Look at how beautiful it is. Wow. Like, doesn't that look great? Wouldn't you click on that?
Would you click on that? I'd click on that. Last minute how to vote. I did change the title though. I just haven't saved it.
Yeah, I mean, and then you can change it again later.
Because I changed it to last minute crash course to the Australian election. 2025 Australian election.
Just change it to, who do I vote for? Who should you vote for? Question mark.
It's a good thumbnail. Alright, you can start the Hasan thing.
I sent it to you. It be lag for me a lot. Plus, because I need an independent chat. It should be chapter marked, so you can go to when Hasan comes on.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's right. They really just did it out the gate, huh?
They just jumped straight in, yeah.
They did their ad read and then jumped into it.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
Well, I'm doing it.
Oh my God, bro.
Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's gonna
Hasan,
be too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No,
so let's start. I mean, so you did this
But
on
seriously,
TikTok, right? And I mean,
no,
did that
seriously.
go how you expected? It seemed.
Can we talk about like
very hard.
coming on
Before you
as
start,
a guest
can I,
for somebody's
can
show
I lay
and
some,
literally telling
like,
their production
ground
crew
rules so
how
we can
you
have,
want
like,
it to be
productive
done?
Okay,
conversation?
sure.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Okay, so I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's...
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like...
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine. As long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir. Okay. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. I don't want to talk about definitions. You can talk about
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By the journalist while that was happening. Really? I don't remember.
Really? Well, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I gotta get out."
Bro, I know, right? He came out so strong.
You're a comedian. You participated.
Like he had such a great opener there by being like, "Yeah, I agree with you," and I was like, "Oh, this is the tactic he's going to use."
What are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you think that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes.
1 second. Wrong account.
What? Oh.
I was just on the wrong account. But that's fine because everything is done.
In other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the journalist while that was happening. Really? I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
I mean, shit.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. We've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was...
It's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
A lot of people I've seen basically have said the same thing. And how is this a content cop?
iDubbbz did.
That's what I said.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed
it
thoroughly.
That's what a lot of people
said. Do you believe you should have included the context of the
like
CPS
why?
call?
So like also like the fact that he literally had just he delisted all his other content cops.
Yes, I went looking.
And he literally said that nobody deserved it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like one of those was you going after a guy who laughed about a girl being raped. Can we at least give that one being deserved. You know?
Wait, which guy was that?
What's his name?
Rice Gum?
I don't remember. Rice Gum, yeah.
Yeah. No, Rice Gum definitely deserved it. He is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So...
And, like, Leafy was, like, irrelevant, you know? Like, nobody knows who that is.
He deserved it too.
Yeah, but it's just at the time, he didn't last. Rice Gum's still kind of around and a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
I think
like...
Tanner is a pretty massive piece of shit as well. But
no,
that
she's
video
cool.
is pretty contentious.
No, Tana's cool. You have to keep in mind, she was, like... a kid at that time, but like she came out and said that like that Cody Ko had sex with her when she was like 17 or 16.
Yes, that did happen. Yes.
Yeah, and like that era, she's like an adult now, you know what I mean? And that's why she like has come out with like this kind of like new type of era. Like she's still like Tana, but like, you know, I think there was more of an excuse considering she was a child. Jake Paul and Logan Paul are grown-ass men and still act the same.
That's true. Make a fair point.
But just to fucking kill Content Cop to bring it back for that video, especially like, because like I guess the intro was a trailer ahead of time, because like when I hadn't seen it, but like when we watched it, I guess that intro part was a trailer beforehand. I'm guessing. I haven't looked. Because I've heard there was a trailer beforehand, and it was, like, really hype, so I imagine that's what it was. And remember how I said high quality the camera was in that trailer?
Yeah,
like,
you did.
Really, really bizarre production value spike. And by spike, I mean, like, volleyball spike.
It's me playing, isn't it?
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz' content.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS? I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position.
Wait, really? Most of the clips were from a single video?
Yeah, I guess.
Wow.
On this, as I made it very clear, I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like...
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please. Ethan.
You literally did the check my watch thing to it.
Interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow. God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay. Sometimes by the same people. Ironically,
wow, Ethan was so right.
You and I know
you do not need to
explain
explain
these conversations
this
in private. Before we,
I love when we need to have a 5-minute nuanced conversation on something we know that we already understand.
He's priming, that's why.
Yeah, but like Ethan is not confused.
No.
He doesn't need a filibuster.
This is entirely for the people watching.
I know.
I know you're against
I am victim to the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
ask me a question.
Sort of thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with
because
this.
You're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people call it CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
He's not asking iDubbbz.
I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz' Content Cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
Go ahead,
ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been... I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
See, but this was a part of my issue with the content cop, is it was
bad.
It was not to
a
the
good
level.
Video?
Yeah, like when content cops were being made, they yes, he had the stand-up speaky bits, but it was just to give context to clips that he played that destroyed them with their own footage. That didn't happen.
Back then, you still, had that really, really edgy side of YouTube.
Yes.
Before, it got so corporate and strict.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing, is who the fuck are you gonna make a content cop on today for real? Who actually deserves it? Aiden Ross?
Sniper
Which is
Wolf.
even that Sniper Wolf doesn't deserve it, and if you want that, that's all Jack's Films does now.
Nerd City as well does a lot of Sniper Wolf stuff. Nerd City is great. Highly recommend his channel. But you're 100% correct. There really isn't somebody to do a level of content cop like they were.
Nick Fuentes?
It was a product of its time.
You know what I mean? What would be the point?
People on Rumble.
Wow, I didn't know Nick Fuentes was a piece of shit.
Who could have guessed?
Yeah. And I think the other content comps didn't take a lot of effort because there was good targets that you didn't need to do a lot of digging for.
Mm-hmm.
And, he is, trying to organize and put on an event. And let me tell you, as a producer who just has to sometimes organize 4 to 6 people...
Pain in the ass.
So, sure, I can see why that takes away from maybe his creative ability.
Yeah.
But you having problems with my character...
Hasan, ask me a question, I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion.
He asked you if you liked it.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome.
That
so
was
you
easy.
agree with the...
Hasan has defended Ethan on this.
No, that's important. Thank you for saying that.
Like I said, he's constantly has told people who have come into his chat and called Ethan a Zionist. He's constantly told those people to shut up and that Ethan isn't one. And
Yes.
and he literally was talking about how, with all the people out there, literal fascists who are talking about killing children.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you focused on Ethan? So that was Ethan's issue at first. It's he was you don't stop your chat from bullying me. And it's well, bro, what more do you want in that situation? But that was a long time ago.
Yes.
Now it's totally devolved to... It's not even about... Hasan is just a minor character in the plot, at this point. There's so many more unhinged people.
If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think
my coverage?
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
going to explain that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer
Yeah.
it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
Can you just say swastika? Why did you have to put the? It's
I think it's funny
you're,
because you
why
made
would you
this
say
a
Nazi?
major point of contention. That's why I
You're
think-
arguing against your own case by putting that word involved in there. It is a swastika. Just be like, isn't a swastika sore weird? Don't use the word Nazi. It's Japanese, bro.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about.
It is a swastika.
On numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah, of course, you're conceding
Okay.
that because we fished this
So-
out, but yeah.
I want to be real careful about this because when you start talking about this, there's a whole thing where Hindu nationalists will come in whenever there's a Nazi swastika on something and being like, actually, the swastika is a blah, blah, blah. But, like, if you actually go into Google Translate, right, and, like, you go English to German, you put hook, and then you put cross, it's going to give you two different words, right? But then if you type in hooked cross and translate it to German and then translate it back to English, it will give you Nazi swastika instead of hooked cross.
Oh.
So when you type hooked cross, the word in German, and translate it to English, it translates to Nazi swastika, even though that's not what it means. The direct translation is hooked cross, right? And so, like, it is a swastika. It doesn't matter if it's a fucking called a certain thing in another culture, anything like that. Like, there's a difference between the Nazi swastika and a swastika. It's simple as, you know, even with crosses. You know how, like, you see a cross, how much of the time when you see a cross are you taking a second to be like, is that one of the sus ones? I don't mean like a cross necklace. Like, I mean a symbol or a logo on something.
Literally never.
Never? You never
Pretty
look
much.
at, like, iron crosses or, like, KKK crosses?
Look,
you know, like that
I
target
see them-
crosses that the KKK
I mean, look,
uses?
I see
like a
them
circle?
and I'm like, ah ha ha, Nazi shit. But, like, I'm never
Yeah.
serious because I'm, like, aware that the Iron Cross is the German
No, but
military thing,
I'm just
right?
saying, like, a lot of times when you're looking at footage of groups and stuff, it's like seeing a Shahida flag, you know?
Ah, yes, okay.
You know, like, there's a lot of groups that
see.
would be like Christian nationalist type, militant type groups, and they might
Yes.
have a flag that looks like that zodiac cross, you know?
Yes.
Like, what did I look up the other day? And like, I was like, bro, look at this. And the flags, like, were... It was some, like...
Was it the one that was drawn by kids?
No, that was Liberia, but I typed in a different country. Like, I want to say it might have been Ukraine something. I don't remember exactly what it was, though. But the third result was literally that Zodiac type cross.
What do they call it? The White Pride Cross or whatever it is?
Yeah, that one. That's what I'm talking about. I don't remember what I looked up, and I started laughing. Because I looked up that had something like nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Everything has been posted. Stream has been posted.
I like Thor. Also, like, the swastika on the fucking Japanese sword is so common.
Uh-huh.
Like, think about how it just makes sense as a sword guard to have that.
Yeah.
A lot of times
it
they're
looks
actually
like one of
more
the better ones.
circular instead of square. But I imagine the square is easier to draw.
Maybe. Not sure.
Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one. Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
It is a swastika!
I didn't make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
It's not a trapezoid.
Ethan,
answer the question.
Like,
is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate.
There is a specific name for that type of geometry. Okay? If you want to get technical, there's a specific term for a Nazi swastika. It's Nazi swastika. If the word Nazi isn't there, it's not a Nazi swastika.
They're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo.
Is that from
like
Bleach?
If I thought
yes.
it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Oh my God.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups.
True.
Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
Yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it's not pretty reasonable.
A bad point to stick on.
I mean, it's...
Yeah. This is dumb.
It's a little insane.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I know it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living?
So
do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika.
And why should you leave it up?
It is a swastika.
Considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish?
It's okay when I did it. This is my N-word. That's what Ethan literally said.
This is not making Ethan look good right now. This is not good.
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by not the?
You know what I think?
A Sig Heil, approximately what?
I think Ethan knew how weak this was, and he's putting it out early just to fucking disturb the water. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like in shallow rivers, you can just throw rocks into the ground and all the fish underneath the rocks will get stunned and you can just scoop them up. like
didn't
in the
know that.
shallow
That's cool.
rivers and stuff, because
didn't
you
know
like
that.
you
That's
just
neat.
use sonic. Basically, you throw the rock so hard that it hits the rocks in the river.
That's cool.
It's like these are like little fish though.
Yeah, like minnows.
No, they're like it's fish that you eat bones and all. They're small enough that you don't take, like, at most you would take the spine. But like even then, like the ribs are like literally like the thickness of an apple skin, like a really crisp apple.
Zig Heil. Why did I do a Zig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Yes!
To tell black people.
Oh, I fucking called it, bro. I fucking did
Do you
it.
think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay.
I love it. I love my fucking skills.
Your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
It is a swastika. It is not a Nazi swastika.
There's no swords in your background.
Like, I don't understand why this is such a hard thing to comprehend. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Like, it's that simple. You ever been to Japan? You ever look at a map? Oh my god, there's Nazis everywhere.
Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
draw on
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said.
His ticks are going crazy.
Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika,
cool.
a tasteless joke on IDUB's
so
shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
I referred to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
it
if I genuinely
is
thought
a
it was,
swastika.
a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a
Oh my
swastika.
god. Do you want to go and get your little scarf thing?
I'm
Hey, look,
literally
you're
wearing it.
You're literally wearing it. Can you show everybody, please?
I literally got up to get it because it was triggering me.
Like, literally just show everybody. Like, this is a very common pattern across the Eastern world. Like, it was stolen by the Nazis.
Well,
why should it be
the Nazis
co-opted
have
by
nothing to do with this because
exactly.
He's actually fucking deliberately trying to twist the Christian symbol. That's why it's called a hooked cross.
Yeah.
So it actually just is a coincidence, but like it's just a common design, and like once you realize how common it is, you start seeing them all over. Like I point them out all the time in movies.
Yep, they're everywhere. I see them all the time.
It's a really common design because it's a symmetrical design.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff that plays with symmetry will end up shaping them. The best is like the one Boots that came out, and when it made the imprint that was like super swastika out of like an American boot, and they had to change the design because not because for any reason other than who is going to buy those boots.
Yes.
That's the issue. And like also in the South, you have swastika on a lot of I think it's Navajo, the Navajo that put it on their homes and stuff. And then people think like it's like a Nazi living in the house, and it's just like a Navajo.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a difference, just like how there's specific crosses.
Wow.
I don't understand. Like obviously like it's because of what Hitler did and how bad the Nazis were, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And like, but the thing is that like you look at hate groups and how many of them have Christian crosses. Like European hate groups use Christian crosses, and that's what that fucking swastika was.
I didn't know that that's actually where they got it from.
Yeah, because it literally came from neo-paganism shit.
Okay. So they didn't even steal it from the East.
Yeah, so like there was neo-pagan movements and there's a lot of neo-paganism in a lot of like, you know, you'll have people doing Thor's hammer and shit, and that's like a common like Nazi symbol because of this type of shit.
Well, talking about Nazi symbols.
This is not. I was just thinking about this.
I'm just casually watching video filmed today, and I have so many questions to Porsche.
So like,
why do you own this car,
Hasan? With crosses, right? There's very few specific crosses that are literally hate symbols, literally Nazi symbols, right?
Yeah.
But like, white people can figure out the difference.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to a very common, like, symmetrical pattern throughout history, they have to be triggered about everything. Oh, muted.
Audio?
What happened? Oh, hi, Mark.
Technical issues.
See what I'm doing? This is the difference. It is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
They're both swastikas!
A Hindu person would walk around with a swastika sign.
Fuck me, bro!
Looks like a
swastika sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brand.
Oh my god, it's not... It's not about fucking Hinduism. Jesus fuck, bro.
Isn't it mostly associated with Buddhism?
It's associated with fucking everything.
Obviously, but like, isn't it like most
it's
associated?
It's like
with
less
Buddhism?
common in Hinduism, if anything. But like, there's like Jainism. Jainism is literally a swastika. I think Falun Gong has a swastika.
Possibly. There was also a political party before World War II in America that used swastikas. I mean, look at the fascies on the wall.
Well, it's just like now it's the upside down triangle, you know?
Yes.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandish
do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was
a
a
person
mistake, he could have
who
deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
know what Ethan has done here, though? While this is a very stupid point, and they're both very stupid, Hasan, like, anytime he takes a picture with that sword, Ethan has ruined Hasan's ability to take a picture with that sword now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it's always going to be a thing. In fact, now if he doesn't use it, people are going to go, where's your other sword? I bet this isn't the sword that you wanted to use. And this should teach you a lesson. That posing with swords and being a weeb is cringe.
Yes.
Falun Gong has swastikas and yin-yangs on it. Crazy.
See, swords are cringe and lame unless you're a tall goth girl. Then we can talk.
Son, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not.
No, because I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy.
I am entirely on Hasan's side here.
No, see, now you have just triggered a separate debate between me and you. I don't think katanas are cool when women have them either.
I'm not talking about katana.
Okay, well, I'm talking about he has weeb swords. You know?
Oh yeah, no, the weeb sword
A
thing is
scimitar is always fucking cool. Did you see the fucking? So there's been in Syria, there's an outbreak of conflict. You know, it's escalating between. It's really tokenism that factions are using with information warfare and stuff. But the Druze have been fighting with people who wear the Shahada. Yeah. And there was a picture where they had, you know, because it's like you gotta get your homies and have all your guns, and then film a video of you talking shit.
Of course.
Right? And this dude, I was like, bro got an anime sword. Like he literally made this shit himself.
See, making it's a different thing.
It was a ridiculous sword.
I also think that specifically getting weaponry from anime is a different level to collecting actual samurai swords.
No, well, you can have the two swords as decoration. That's
what
fine.
I mean.
But when you're using them, it's been ruined.
Yeah.
By weebs, okay?
All I think of is this video here. Let me see how quickly I can get it up.
See if I can find this fucking jihadi with his fucking... Yes! War North. I was literally gonna... If I couldn't find it in search, this is exactly why. This is exactly why, okay? Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What's a cooler type of weapon, okay?
Than a
Weeb sword or Lord of the Rings sword?
Or like a broadsword?
No. So, a literal sword replica from the movie Lord of the Rings. Gandalf's sword, Aragorn's sword.
Lord of the Rings.
You think?
I would say so, yeah.
Where is the cringe video of someone with a Lord of the Rings sword?
That's a fair point.
Exactly.
There's a fair point.
You want to know why? Because people who buy Lord of the Rings swords are normal people.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're fucking, like, really cool looking swords, you know?
Yeah.
And they hang them on their wall.
Yeah. Or they use them for TikTok content.
The katana is going to go through it, or it's going to stop a katana. And one does not simply stop a katana.
Okay, before we look at that, look at this dude's anime sword.
That's awesome.
Like, did you make that out of foil? Like, what is this? Like, is that paper and aluminum foil? Like, bro, what is that thing?
It has to be. There's no way he'd be holding it up and whipping it around with that ease.
Bro, I love... You see, they got the fucking lights on the MRAP back here that are, like, spelling... They're also talking shit behind them, too. Okay, you can have it again.
Alright, back to the weeb.
You made it at Arts and Crafts. This is a classic video, bro.
I know.
The neck beard.
Oh yeah, focus mode. I know how you guys like that.
What? Nailed it. The key is the rotation.
I have no clue what just happened.
No shit.
Oh my god.
Amazing. Truly amazing. Anyway, back to Ethan versus this guy.
Yes. It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
question.
Bro
doesn't know who Isaac Newton is. How do you have no clue what happened?
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't have a problem
if you could
telling
go back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide,
the way
what
he
are the appropriate
asked me a
steps that people can
question,
take?
it sounds so much like, "Where's my gift?"
Yeah, it's so petty.
Now you give me my gift.
Like, it's very childish. Like, this is not how he should be conducting this.
Both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing
inappropriate.
Civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree
you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Sabra tier list.
Hold on. I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
my audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews feel.
What did you point out that they had a big tiff over, and that's where it started degrading? It wasn't Israel. It was something else. Taiwan, yeah, okay.
Or Tibet.
Yeah, one of those. It was the China thing, yeah.
It was Tibet.
Okay.
Hear the slogan in the United States of America.
He compared it to the American Civil War, saying that was the North not justified in ending slavery and shit.
Yeah.
Which is a fine thing to compare, but he went about it in a very stupid way that didn't make the comparison sound very good.
Yes.
You could not have made the comparison in a worse way, basically.
Yeah. What, in the section coming up, or the bit about the sword? Because I don't know what you were watching, but that whole section was embarrassing for both of them.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I was trying to do. Question is what's happening right now.
Do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm moving to the next topic.
Oh my God.
Go ahead. All right, let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think.
Wait, is this the hummus thing?
Yes.
Oh God.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even
why
remotely.
can't why could maybe just say
very good. Let me ask you a question.
Something along the "I'm sorry that you're offended" lines. I don't think it was their intent to be anti-Semitic.
That would just set Ethan off, and he'd go.
Yeah, that would be the point.
Tangent. Yeah,
that would be the point. Is to
derail him further.
Is to do that. Sorry that you're mad. That is like a tactical nuke in an argument, bro.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
Oh my God. It's not dodging. You're deliberately trying to imply something with a logical fallacy. I would
think
tell you to shut the
Sam
fuck up.
Cedar handled this much better when he was like, I do not care about this.
Yeah.
But you're forcing me to respond.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that just shows that Ethan is in the less favorable position right now. Like, this is exactly right. Like, who gives a fuck about the sword? Hasan's 100% correct. What an irrelevant fucking thing to waste 20 minutes on. I say, as we waste 30 minutes or more on multiple irrelevant subjects.
Well, that's the thing. You can tell how good the argument is with how fast I start derailing it to talk about something else. See, that's the charm. It's called being transformative and fair use, actually, you know? You're only supposed to watch a little bit, and then you're supposed to be transformative in between those little bits.
Suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
because he's Jewish.
Fucking, what?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why?
100%, without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead.
on.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb
so why is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F Tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. They're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
I hate this
you
shit.
Get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
Hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her
saying that you're the token one, stuff like that.
Ben Shapiro.
Like, I can't stand this shit.
You as a Jew get
like
to
one of my
determine
least favorite
what other
things
Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews.
Is like
I'm not determining what they can do. But
when like the black Israelites start calling other people coon.
This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
So you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog.
He can say whatever he wants.
No. I know that it's not just them. I know them specifically, though. I think it's fucking cringe. Especially, like, it's like...
types do it as well.
But, well, them specifically, because it's like... They're literally, like, insane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like... saying someone is a token because they don't fucking belong to what I believe is recognized as a hate group. By like whatever group recognizes the hate groups. The something.
Yeah, by the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS.
Are you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra Hummus. And like, let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been.
You gotta stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. Is Pepsi okay? No.
How, like, I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said, "Stop drinking Diet Coke," it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on the official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
Who cares?
It was on the list.
Literally doesn't.
I want Moodang.
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like.
You remember what you told her, son?
You
remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanction.
It also was absurd to like go up to somebody on the street and be like, "Why are you drinking this?" I would also react
Okay,
with laughing.
hang on. I gotta defend no girl. I just wanted to say, I googled Black Hebrew Israelite hate group, and no results came back for those specific search terms in a string.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
So I don't think they're recognized as a hate group. Anyway.
That would be racist.
The girl who just said "nar" to him, they literally were just talking.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. So like Hasan was like doing like a fan meetup type thing, and she literally just had like a conversation with him. And he walked away, and she was like, "Oh shit, I need to," and then she like it was like literally like not even like a minute later.
Okay, that
she literally runs up and says, "I forgot to tell you."
Okay.
Like he knew who the person was.
Okay, so there's a bit of context that I wasn't aware of. Okay.
List, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait, what is it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus.
Frogan doesn't know that. He doesn't know what Druze are, bro.
I don't like Sabra hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by
you
your
gotta
friends
give Frogan. Like, maybe she was like, "Oh, both of these people are Zionists," and put them there.
Yeah, that's likely.
But also, like, she was also thinking maybe they have like a relation to the land. Like, I don't think that she was putting the Judaism first. I think she was thinking Zionism first.
Yeah,
and that's kind of
likely.
like Ethan's issue with everything. But he dilutes it by talking about swastika swords.
Mm-hmm. Completely.
Ew. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on.
This is a debate about fucking microaggressions, bro.
Again, I'm not.
I know
and I don't know.
I know.
Why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
There is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me, are in the F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist access.
I want to die.
Yeah.
I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything?
Insane.
What's going on, man?
Is this a fucking Call of Duty lobby, bro?
It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
this is a cosmic mistake. Let's move on.
On the tier list, if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism
Ethan Klein literally has
this is at least
bully mindset.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, when you're bullied, it doesn't matter what you do. You try to do something cool, you try to do something to fit in. Just because it's you're going to get made fun of.
Exactly, and this is why you shouldn't worry about what other people think.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter what another person fucking thinks. Do you enjoy it? Great. Does your enjoyment include swastikas? Fantastic.
I'm just saying.
Are you a Nazi?
Like,
not great.
The bully attitude going on.
Yeah. It's very, strange. I think he's trying to act tough out of a cope.
No, I just think he's a piece of shit. But also, that's kind of what a bully does as well, is acting tough to cope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're so cool. He's like, yeah, I think he's jealous
of
as
the
well.
Success.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, them Jews, they always need more avarice, am I right?
Just a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism everywhere.
A really hard time.
These are just cosmic mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
yes,
of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Anti-Semitism is swastika sword hilts and tier lists.
I think he said another dumb thing too.
Very cool take, Ethan.
Okay,
It seems to me like
I want to not. Like, what's the next marker? How long do they talk about the tier list for?
Next
Not
one
long?
is Theo.
Okay,
No.
if it's not long, let's let it roll.
All right.
You're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay,
No,
fantastic.
you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
But anyway,
trying to find
the
anything
jealousy
you can
I
hold
think
on to.
Ethan
really
feels isn't like that he wants, like the same. Hey, yeah, the same avarice. It's not an avarice jealousy. It forms from it forms from him having like a crack in their friendship and that festering, you know? It's like mean girly shit, you know what I mean? So like
Hollywood.
when he sees Hasan get interviews with all these papers and stuff, he gets physically mad because it's like, don't they understand that he's the worst person alive to me personally? You know what I mean? Like, you have to really get in a mindset where you can, you know, it's like that's why we say it's couples therapy, right? You know, like it's really like that's the only time I think normal people get to this point.
Yeah.
But once again, none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
And stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making?
Why would I want my
is,
best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
gonna like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay, you want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic, so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism.
What?
I'm reading chat. Hasan is an irredeemable propagandist, tough to discern in post-truth zombie land.
Not wrong.
I understand him. I know exactly where everything comes from. I understand Hasan more than he understands himself.
Or any number of different things in the conversation, including
when you have when you start training in it, you start to see it.
Theo Von and I did actually talk about
it. It's really seeing the code
on.
in the Matrix type shit, you know?
Sure.
Like, you can identify shit right off the gate. Like, you know, like...
Yeah.
Like, if we even hear... Like, okay, you hear two names mentioned in a sentence, Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to drop 2 names for you, and I want you to tell me the first thing you think of. Boris Johnson, Natalie Bennett.
Butcher.
Isn't that amazing how that happens?
But this is why when talking about this kind of stuff, we come off as conspiracy theorists. Because we can identify it.
That's why like talking about information warfare, it needs to be streamed.
Yes.
It needs to be an interaction. Like look at the last stream when I literally started arguing with somebody and then they were totally like, you know what? I like you guys. I agree with you. I sent him a literal letter from Al Qaeda and said, "Here, read this. Get back to me."
It happens way more than I thought it would. Like it
used to be so much worse, bro. Fucking
like more people
when Assad was really at his height,
it
was fucking nightmare.
Finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Wow, bow, bang.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti...
Point.
Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions. And let's address
No.
what you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that.
My God.
You accuse them of being always the oppressor.
What?
Always.
No, he doesn't.
And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I didn't say.
Oh, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I only
in the
see
waiting room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice.
What is
in this
happening?
photo? You have like the same coat and shit.
He's hitting him with the tiny head.
Yeah,
he's hitting him with you have a tiny head.
All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare.
What? But if Hasan even mentions that
says,
Ethan has tics or something.
Oh yeah, he'd fucking lose it. Or if he started emulating his tics.
But Hasan can't help the fact that he's got a tiny head.
That's true.
Like, he puts so much effort into how he angles his camera to make his head look normal.
That's hilarious.
I mean, look, doesn't it? It's only when you see him not on stream that you realize he has a tiny head.
A lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
oh my God!
Yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting
this was a fire joke.
Something. What is this?
This was
they misconstrued it as though it
like
was
the most bullshit ban that's ever been bullshit banned.
Okay.
He wasn't
I didn't know about
saying that he would kill Rick Scott. You know, like the joke was Rick Scott is a senator who is literally known for the biggest Medicare fraud, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, he became a senator. And so these people are talking about Doge and they're talking about finding the fraud in Medicare, talking about these people who they misread the ages on and said they're fucking from Nosferatu times, you know? Like, and so Hasan's joke was, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. He's not saying that he cares about Medicare fraud and that he's going to kill Rick Scott.
Yes.
Like, there was no implication of violence towards anyone there. The joke was that these people don't care about Medicare fraud.
Yes.
That was the point he was making.
That's fair. I mean, the way you just explained it makes total sense. Like, it's kind of like, it's similar to what well, not even. It literally isn't anything. Like,
he says more controversial stuff every day on stream. It was a great joke.
Yeah, like, Twitch needs to chill the fuck out.
I'm pretty sure he only was like, it was reversed.
Probably,
but they had to show that they acted on something because corporations.
To assassinate a sitting
why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan.
Yep.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was.
And it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
good.
Cool.
Very
good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I
also
already,
for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
did.
You
went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on
actually
it.
went back and checked.
You on it.
I had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're lying.
you're simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it.
There is a difference.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting ahead of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This
you remember?
Wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude
up. It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
Why
it.
did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
it's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me
and
tried
finish.
to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yep,
Can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? All
right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy. I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why.
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal.
Yes. Fudge said it before I could. This is disgusting.
This is literally the most high school bully shit I think I've ever seen.
This is pathetic.
They argue about that guy for how long? Is that the longest one yet?
Yes, so far, yep. So they argue about
that's
it
just it's him saying that it's okay. There's the ADL is the topic, so I want to hear about the ADL stuff, but I don't care about this guy. I want him to get back to the ADL shit. Not
very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead.
That aren't of Hasan.
That's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it.
I literally was like, oh, he's just gonna fucking show a bunch of Hasan clips to Hasan. I did not expect him to do this dumb shit. Where he's like, hey, look at this guy who has nothing to do with you.
To O.J. Simpson
is fucking brilliant.
Bro, next to a Hitler speech should be like, what do you think of this?
Well, there it is. Let's let him free.
The Sabra Hummus shit here is akin to...
They're not talking about the ADL.
Bad chapter marker.
Hold on.
That dude. I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like that is anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL.
Now that is an out. You said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Over it,
sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL.
Oh my god.
I worked beside them, just incidentally together.
If I work in collaboration with someone, I am working with them on that project. If what Hasan is saying...
He's saying that because ADL and Ethan were separately pissed at the same thing, then that means they're working together.
Okay. So he wasn't actually working on the same thing at the same time.
The ADL did not come to Ethan and ask him and be like, hey, can you fucking help deplatform shit? That's not what that's not like...
I wouldn't be surprised.
You know, they do like different type of like shit. They pressure the corporations and stuff.
Mm.
They don't fucking... They're not fucking Mossad, you know? They're not fucking hiring agents and ops and stuff. Also, the thing is, you don't need to fucking hire people to be agents and ops. You just create the fucking virus. You know? It's the brain worm, and both of these people have many of them.
That's true.
Together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously...
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak up the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL,
I have not spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hasan,
about this is that
I do not work
with the ADL. Bro, this is such bullshit. Like, I understand we just, like, you know, because we talk about how agency works and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But, like, you are genuinely, like, being, you know, like, that was kind of bad faith to frame it the way you did. Like, when we talk about this stuff, we give a lot of context to what we mean by agent every time.
Yes.
And we don't just throw around that he's working with the ADL, working with Mossad, working with CIA or whatever, you know?
Sure.
Like, you just can't say that shit and, like, not, like, expect people... That's the issue. It's like, he knows how it's going to be interpreted by everyone else. It doesn't matter if he, like, you know, like, knows that it's, like, not a, like, true thing and he was just implying it.
Well, maybe he truly did believe it. You know what I mean? So...
I'm just saying, this is actually the first thing that Ethan actually has that's relevant, I think. It took this long to actually have one relevant thing.
Yeah, an hour in.
For
these bands.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that,
falsely
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story, independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch. And
hang on. It is an anti-white term. It's just okay to say. Just like how gringo is also... Well, technically that might be anti-American in general, but that's an anti-white word that's perfectly fine to say. Okay? Now that we've cleared that up...
after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL. But you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just... Without
liberal, dancing liberal, happy fun,
and by the
cutting
way,
out children's genitals.
I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
He literally did it, bro.
Well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
if I pull that words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand?
Is a soundbite? Is it justified in being long? Are you trying to talk?
I wasn't. Yes, that would be justified in being long, but still cut it shorter. Like, not super, super long.
I mean, it's only a 16-second video to begin with, but I have a vision up here.
Well, see if you can fuck around with it a little bit and see how it comes
out. No, I got you.
With the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused, without any evidence at all, of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say, I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bands?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist? Do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis?
Again,
or do you
I think compared to the rest, this is perfectly fine. I think really because he's set up with so much dumb, ridiculous shit that something like so hyperbolic that he could come back with and just be like, hey, Nazi, hey, Hitler also had a swastika sword or something stupid, you know?
I don't know. I think he's kind of cooking with this point.
I think that he built up to make it where it wasn't an extremely stupid thing to say by saying extremely stupid stuff beforehand.
To have the same goal and are completely...
Luffy,
here's a parallel for you.
Luffy is a Zionist. Think about it. is the story of One Piece not looking for a promised land?
I've never watched it. There's too many episodes to start.
Yeah.
I chose Naruto.
By taking
Sounds
credit
dumb.
for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place.
As
Because
much
if
as
the
I
answer is yes, if
hate the
neo-Nazis
British,
actually engaged
I
in
respect
action,
them
neo-Nazis
making a show that's just 5 episodes and no more. You know what I
Which
mean?
one?
The British. You know?
Yeah, what show?
Any of them. Australia does it too, you know? But like, you know, like, how many, like, do you see, how many seasons of Dexter do we have? And I've been seeing they're gonna bring that shit back.
Like
Because
9?
we have to fucking have recognizable IP and shit.
Of course. You gotta sell.
There should
That's
not
all
have, like,
profit.
the first season was great and it shouldn't have continued.
Really, you reckon?
Yeah, from what I remember.
Interesting.
I got really bored after that, and I didn't get much further.
Kinda curious.
Walking Dead. The first season is amazing. And then
Yes.
it's the second season is about a girl in a shed. How many?
It sure is.
They literally Dragon Ball Z you.
not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Considering, Ethan,
I don't have to be a
Ethan.
member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you
Listen to
fucking
my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying.
He's
They're
right.
Fucking
Listen
lies
to my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
Somehow he's swung this around to being relevant on criticizing the tier list.
As a 10-year
I still don't see it as
fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your
intentionally
perspective
being
with anti-Semitism is
anti-Semitic.
like something
I
that
see
is so
it
laughable
still
that
more
I
of
don't
a
even know how to
sorry that
describe.
you're
Like,
mad
you're
thing.
like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this
It looks
association
like
is.
a-
But on
okay.
the other hand, I can't say
It is a swastika.
that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you said.
ADL in getting
You said I'm
streamers
partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered
anti-Semitic.
with. You are
took
lying.
credit
You are
for it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't
Do
take
you
accountability for your
Hassan,
hallucinations.
do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just
Exactly right.
coincidentally working on the same
What
or that
I
I was
already
working
said.
directly with them?
What do you think
What
a
do you
reasonable
think the
person
average
would
person
infer
would
when you
conclude
take
from
credit
saying
for the
I'm
bans?
partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after
He
they
is.
got banned, you say,
He is
I'm
doing
glad
that.
they got banned, I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person
I was
infer
on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can
I'm
feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record.
There's a
so you think
meme
I'm glad you yes
from the conversation with Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
And it's a meme about Ethan that says, "Wow, debating is hard when you just can't call them anti-Semitic."
That's awesome.
that the
It's not like that was actually a
reasonable
debate,
person
though.
would hear you say
No.
he's partnered with the
I mean,
ADL
as we said when we were watching it.
and not think that I was working directly with
I
them.
think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the
Have I ever
ADL.
mentioned
I
the
didn't even
ADL?
make that
Have
inference.
I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit
Did I
for
ever mention the
ban.
ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
Okay.
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who
Okay.
did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro,
a
I was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know
Oh,
who...
being silly.
Yeah.
All right, I won't be
my
able to hear
bad.
for a
Okay.
second.
Well, all right, I guess we can move on.
Do I
then.
think
What? Oh, he's doing editing.
I got them banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token, my
the ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token,
great
you're gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to
right?
cash in on
Silly.
your Jewish friends anymore, or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
You.
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't
Okay,
want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not. I'm not lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly
receiving
enough.
end of
We
an
can have a more
insane
normal
fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation with
why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap
watching.
here, so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan,
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back to
is
this
quick.
Palestine,
It's very
please?
quick.
Like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
inferences
thing that I'm
I am
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL.
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now
He's
claim
so obsessed
was
with
just
this.
you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about
revolves
multiple
around-
things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about.
I mean,
Ethan.
that's easy for
And
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the
no one-
accused how
no-
serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do
case?
you think that
no, I don't.
the
Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
here-
let him
You
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit here is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about
bona
how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like that you've claimed that you were a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are...
I don't care about
You want
this.
to tell me what is
Destiny.
your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
Oh, what? The guy
no,
that I
I
talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamas Abi
Yeah.
when making
gives
arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a
My
Destiny
computer
fan
was
account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also,
work with
not
Destiny?
Critical
relevant.
memory,
What's
so it was
relevant
not
is
having
your
fun trying to render
content
that
with
this
Destiny's
edit, so I had to
podcast
fucking
co-host
stop and
Dan
clear
Saltman, who you
space.
featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I
him
don't
in
think
my
it's that
content?
ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operation
know?
that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny in
yourself
my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you
Bro,
are.
why would you get up when you know I had to fucking take my headphones off and I couldn't respond?
No, there was a guy in your Discord that's also in
Can't
your
believe
Discord.
this shit, man. Can't look
You
away
sound
for a
fucking
second
unhinged, dude.
without you
Are
sneaking
crashing
away.
out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't
Hasan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you
I
have
gave
friends
you
who are
a
aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how
brought
is
it
that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan,
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
Is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid
with Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say.
and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care.
Oh,
Because
so
that's
now,
not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex
now
crimes that he did.
Ethan's guilty for hanging out
Do you
with
feel like
somebody
he's a good
who
person to align with?
is associated
I'm
with
not
somebody
endorsing
he
him.
doesn't
I'm
like.
not endorsing him at all. I
But
just said I've
when
spoken to him.
it
No,
comes
you're not
to
endorsing
all the
him. You're
people
just
that
getting into
Have you
Hasan
ever
is
spoken to
because
somebody you don't
associated with him,
endorse?
he can say that's not me.
Well, what about the other way, where Ethan is now on the defense for the same accusation that Ethan just spent 20 minutes.
That's
throwing
what I'm
at Hasan.
saying, you know?
So like, it just further proves that both of these people are fucking idiots.
Okay, Resolve
Go on.
literally was not working, and I had to shut it, and now I have to open it again.
Damn.
It wasn't
What was
giving me
wrong with it?
playback. What was wrong with it? It's DaVinci Resolve.
And what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you
Yes,
go.
I speak
Oh
to
my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one
you
right now.
talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize you
address
by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hasan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with him.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit.
Oh,
but
your
I
meat
defended
pie.
you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until.
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The
What have we
December of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree
are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
what you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
At least
But
they're
does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you
Yeah.
don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it.
I'm just deleting
Hasan?
old projects to try and get Resolve to work.
Take your
like,
time.
like I
Do you
fucking
feel like
got
your video wasn't out of
the
context?
fucking Pegasus episode still in my project.
Jesus.
And before that, I just deleted Venezuela.
Oh my god. No wonder it crashes.
Wasn't
Absolutely
a clip
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence?
Well,
of
the
out of
files
context
have
clips?
no.
Wanna do this?
It's just the
What's out of
file
context?
data. There's nothing in those projects because the videos that were sourced there are gone.
Ah, okay.
So I'm just trying to clear the metadata of it, of reading all
Yes,
these
okay.
projects, basically.
One thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position
Damn it.
until your wife
I finally
stops
opened
you
Resolve.
and says that's
Oh, he's
inappropriate.
back. Okay.
You literally say,
I'll be right back.
he's saying
I won't be able
the
to hear.
likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use
Hila,
that
by
clip
the way,
and
Hasan.
40
I don't
seconds
know
long
why you
out of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her
Okay,
emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean,
so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that? Why,
Okay.
Who goes? Oh, your wife? Like she's not. She has no. She's just like. Oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially
that was
understood the
one.
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said,
He
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working
Ethan?
with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is. This
You
is
are
the
a
baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the
Boy.
where's the link? Just control F or.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend
Well, you
the
just,
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway,
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the
okay.
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in
Did you put a
captivity.
Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are...
That's more or less a fact. Like, this is what I said when I saw something... Somebody said something about it. And I'm like, you can't say that the rape in October 7th nor the invasion of Gaza never happened, as we know for a fact that when women and children are exposed to war zones, rape happens. You can't say it's not happening. I think what the hang up is Hasan is contesting the idea of Hamas going through the kibbutz using rape as a weapon. I don't think that has a confirmation, correct? He can't hear me. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Somebody might know more than me. Around this time, I was not paying attention to Israel because I was learning about the context of the conflict. So, from what I've gathered, that's what Hasan is talking about and what he's saying didn't happen. The systematic rape as a weapon of war in October 7th. It's I imagine it's probably tied to a little bit of that like stereotype of like think British sort of grooming gang kind of shit, where that kind of white mentality where brown man rape kind of thing, that could come into it too. I don't know, but like that could come into it, and that could be an aspect of criticism of, like, proposing that did happen without evidence. I haven't looked into it too much. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. I'm sure if John comes back, I'll ask him and get some clarification, but pretty sure that's what it is.
This shit is like ridiculous. Not working. I'm now launching it again.
Simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my
You're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend
no, I'm
itself.
not giggling.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again.
I'm here.
I heard
mentally ill.
Hasan laughing.
Where
are you?
I'm here.
Like, bro, if I'm like working off screen, is it that hard to be on screen?
I just turned the camera off.
Oh my god, bro.
They were talking about the Hasan clip in the content nuke where he's dismissing the systemic rape during October 7th. And I was saying that I'm pretty sure what they're saying is that the use of rape as a weapon of war is inconclusive. And you can't say that it happened with 100% certainty. And that, like, when women and children are exposed to war zones,
what was Hasan like laughing at, though? I heard was that him laughing at the
Kamala
rape
Harris.
thing?
Yeah,
okay.
Kamala Harris.
So the thing is that he was just making a point that they always have to bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so he was laughing because he predicted that they would say it more than at the event itself.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we do that all the time. We'll say something, and then when they say it, we fucking laugh, and the subject's super fucked up.
I don't know if it's about that, though.
See, okay, that I would contest. To say no rape happened is statistically unlikely and foolish to say. Just like a basic numerical reasoning logic thing. It probably happened. As I said, when you put women and children in war zones,
I think
it
that's what he says, is he gives credence to the denial. And I think that's what's really wrong with it, is that he says, well, there's no credible evidence, but it probably happened. That's not...
Yeah, okay.
Like, just don't comment on it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Exactly. Just be like, reports say rapes also happened. Easy.
I mean, for him, you know, like, maybe don't make this a central point that you're constantly focused on and laughing at.
That's something you go through a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
I'm not exactly I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health?
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
100% the Hamas High Command don't give a shit. I imagine a lot of IRGC type organizations wouldn't discourage it, but I'm not sure. That's just speculation.
On.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay. Well, I got a point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys
what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like
I can't believe how quick.
That's a fine take. It doesn't. Like, there are also reports of IDF soldiers raping Palestinians in Gaza. So, like, as I said, when you put women and children in war zones, it's going to happen. soldiers aren't exactly the most morally ethical people.
Quickly, leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
UN
preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report.
Stop your shenanigans
the
over there.
report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults. That was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
Oh, God, are we really doing this now?
I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance in
course,
captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda. Remember?
Also, weren't most of the kibbutz forces contractors from groups like ISIS and the Taliban?
Well, there was one primary kibbutz target, but then the collateral, there was contractors involved.
Yeah, okay.
But the thing is I like they were like he was saying with Sam Cedar, I think Hamas overestimated. Like those contractors weren't expected to like be able to get as far into the territory as they did. You know?
Oh, so they kind of overshot expectations.
Yeah. They overestimated Israel's ability. Like they completed all their primary goals. There was I think 2 bases specifically that were going to be attacked and 1 specific kibbutz. And
and
they wanted to focus
distractions?
The one specific kibbutz. They wanted to focus on orchestrating like a massacre there specifically.
Okay.
But then the music festival also happened, and there's question on how much planning was around that.
Yep.
And that's, that was literally like a bonus objective for them.
Side quest.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing is so now what the actual argument is, can you say that Hamas directed its fighters to do this? Not that it happened. Okay? And that's the thing with like Abu Ghraib, right? Horrific.
Yes.
But can you show that like
it was
an intentional thing that was like ordered? No. You can prove it through negligence. You can that's like really what was the issue. Like I think only like 4 people actually got trials and criminal time type stuff, but like I think 12 people resigned, including the people above them, because it was laziness. It was complacency and not caring who was hired for the job or caring what was going on at the place. Like it created the situation for those crimes to happen, right?
Yes.
So if you already are at a music festival that potentially they may not have even been briefed that they might encounter. They've broken through like it was paper. Because you have to remember, like, this follows the March of Great Return, where, like, they were shooting, like, medics who were trying to help people who got shot for going too close to the fence by the snipers and shit. You know?
Yeah, right.
Like, and, just all of a sudden you're going up against a wall again just 2 years later, and they break right through it. The wall was real defended during the March of Great Return, right?
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, it was. They literally were snipers were shooting Palestinians the whole time.
Yeah. That's fucking wild.
Yeah.
2 years ago?
Yeah. Actually, you know who's got a great documentary on it is Abby Martin.
Really?
She actually, because she has contacts inside Hamas. Because Hamas was involved with the March of Great Return.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Even, like, Sam Cedar was saying that, like, Sinwar was part of the protest, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But it was not a militant action. It was a protest.
It was a protest, yeah.
So when you already have somebody going through... And it's like, oh, your goal is to just kill people, and then they stumble across a music festival that they might not have been briefed on, even. Like, how much briefing was given to these people? Because as we know, like, look at 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially 4 guys knew that those planes weren't landing. The rest of the hijackers had no clue the plan was to fucking crash those planes. It's a need-to-know information basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty hard to fucking try and say that Hamas planned mass rape or something like that.
Yeah. Like it, and yeah, it's just foolish. But as I was saying before, like you can't deny that it definitely happened, but to say it was top down.
Oh, it definitely
systematized.
Happened. Yeah,
is a different argument.
Like, also, like, you know, like them stealing the children, the 2 babies, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You think the fucking captains and planners were like, make sure you get babies. They're real valuable hostages. No, they're not. They're like, good luck keeping fucking infants alive.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, apparently... I don't know enough about it, but apparently I believe this is Israeli autopsies, but I believe the babies were strangled.
Interesting.
Ethan.
Hasan. How can you say that wasn't mercy? And they would say mercy would be giving them back. And it's like, can we just be realistic about something for once about this? You know what I mean? Like... Hamas isn't equipped to take care of infants. Who the fuck would be like, I'm gonna take these babies? I think it was because the mom might have been holding them or something, but...
Possibly. Because there were a few infants or, like, young children, weren't
No,
there?
those were the youngest, the kids that recently...
Yeah, okay.
Their bodies were given back. I believe they were the youngest hostages.
Okay.
Why you're... Whoa. Behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know. Okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I mean,
what's the Haaretz article that
Google
accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you.
Oh my
Overall,
God.
based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstances.
This is an unwinnable scenario for Hasan.
Like, this is literally exactly what we explained. I haven't read this report.
But Yeah, I have. That's why I'm specifically like.
Yeah. Okay.
Like the thing is that those types of videos don't circulate on social media. Violence, murder, totally fine. But there's like bodies, because like there's a specific picture that's like on, because they had like trailers or motorhomes, RVs, whatever you want to call them, right? And like judging by the state of the body, I can certainly assume certain things happened.
Yeah. Okay.
And then let me throw an example out. Do you remember
like blood certain areas of clothing sort of thing?
It was not that bloody. But like she was collapsed in the bathroom of the RV, like after like a door, like she was like hiding there behind the door and stuff. Yeah. But let me just I'm not sure if you saw this video, but it was the Azerbaijan-Armenian war, where it was literally a corpse of a girl, but they like stripped her naked, were like shoving rocks in her eyes and stuff.
Okay.
You remember this?
Yeah.
Like that went viral. But the thing on October 7th is that the totality of all the other violence and stuff, like even the IRGC networks and things like that, they're smart enough to not circulate stuff like that.
Okay.
So like even this image that I'm thinking of like was not a widely circulated image. The one that is widely circulated that people were claiming sexual violence about is this image where it's a video of a girl and she's being like moved into a car, and like her pants where her like where her butt and is like covered in blood, which if you were sitting down and you were injured anywhere in the waist, that's where blood would pool. Yeah. But people were saying that it's like sexual violence, and she's like bleeding from her like penetration and stuff, which I don't think there was any evidence that happened to that specific person.
Which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this
hallucinating?
real quick. No. So you just don't know what words mean.
I'm gonna walk you through this real quick. That's hysterical.
So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Not
you need rape kits.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs
credible
rape kits.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th, Hamas.
This is not a winnable scenario.
The disaster victim identification volunteers were among the first civilians.
The longer
responding
Ethan
on the scene.
stays on it, the worse Hasan's going to look
primarily
here.
Staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022.
PBS.
This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest
there's way more than two accounts.
Even the UN report doesn't imply systematic use of rape as a weapon of war.
Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because he can keep him here all day.
Insane. All right, we are moving on.
I mean, just jump a little ahead because I want to see how tied in knots they end up getting.
that rapes did not take place,
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You're doing it right now.
Hang.
What do you mean?
Like
Exactly
seriously though, like
Ethan, you live.
I'm just saying, like October 7th, we're talking about sexual violence and genital mutilation and things like that. Like, I imagine, I don't know, because I really couldn't tell you what somebody would be thinking to do that in that situation, you know what I mean? But, like, I imagine there was a lot of stuff going on. They didn't think they're kind of on the clock.
Yeah.
It was more about, like, killing or taking as quickly as possible. Like, it was impressive how quick that operation was and how fast they were back in Gaza. So, of course it happened in captivity.
Mm-hmm. And yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan. Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hassan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about what that terrible man did to me.
It is.
We were held in such inhumane conditions.
Brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal
plug on this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands of
survivor of
the
Hamas on
militant.
October 7th.
I literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it again in the video.
Listen,
Happened on October 7th.
He's making him watch the contact news.
Most of who were
This is the trap.
Oh, yeah.
All along, this is what it was.
Are you denying that? You said, in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me.
There
There were
was.
numerous victims of sexual violence that actually
Genital
came
mutilation
forward.
and shit.
So I ask you for
That's
names
sexual
of the numerous
violence.
victims of sexual violence.
It doesn't
on
have to
October
be
7th.
like
It doesn't have to be right.
it's a big scale. If somebody ended up getting shot in the dick, you would have a body that would show potential evidence that it was sexual violence. But then there's other things, very specific cases, like this guy who is like, you know, they do it to humiliate you type stuff.
Yeah.
And again, I gave an argument for Hasan in the beginning of this. That was fine. But the thing is that instead of like going that route, he decided to go into this. Well, actually, and technically it's pedophilia.
There was no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have
that was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
It's
What do you mean?
so
What's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because you
victims,
need your
you
hero.
said
You know what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on.
Oh, thank God.
What do you mean?
Epic.
You can't just move
That
on
was
from this. This is a
great.
major.
Yes, that's exactly how you want to do it. Tie him in a knot like that, and then just go, okay, time to move on, so he never gets to clear himself.
Like, this
Master.
is why debates are fucking dumb.
Yeah,
Nothing
exactly.
happens
And then
in
Hasan said this yesterday, that debates are fucking stupid. But it's gonna get mega views, so why wouldn't he do it?
Money, money, money.
Exactly.
Gotta fund
That's
that
what's called.
Porsche, baby.
And people got mad when I said yes, Hasan is a grifter.
Yeah. Upkeep on that EV Porsche is probably not cheap. It's like 10
Porsche,
grand
you
a
say?
tire. Grand a tire or something.
A tire?
I think so, yeah. The Porsche tires,
Porsche.
yeah.
You
Hold
mean
on, let me-
Hasan drives a Porsche?
Yes.
Hmm.
Porsche, Taycan.
With an anti-Semitic tire? You think he's got swastika tires, bro?
Well,
On
I
his
showed
Porsche?
you the video before.
I know,
of
that's
the
what I'm
Porsche
saying.
symbol. That
So
was on
he
a
drive-
Taycan.
Coincidence?
That's what I'm saying. That was literally the tweet. I retweeted it and was like, "Is this why Hasan has a Porsche?" Oh my god. Okay, so I looked it up. How much does it cost to replace PCCB brakes in yellow for the Taycan? So I think that's the regenerative braking. It's a $10,000 option, and it costs 21 grand to fix.
What do you
Just
think
saying.
of those links I sent you? Do you like them? I sent you 2 links. Do you like them? I remixed it
I got the
into my
first
own
one.
original song.
Hold on. I couldn't hear it because I'm not connected to the computer. Where did I put it?
Who likes holes?
Liberal, happy fun, la la la. Chopping up children's genitals, happy fun, la 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 la.
Was that the louder one?
Yep.
Okay. That one sounded good, the louder one.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Because I never know how quiet it's going to be through the board, so
Mhm.
I really have to blow them out like every time now.
Yes.
What about...
I'm gonna move Soldier in the bunker. I'm gonna put that one with this one.
That's the thing. It's the liberal song that's a special one, you know?
That's a one shot.
Show me your genitals.
And then
I miss Brother Spider-Man. I miss the Gaddafi sound bites. I'll buy it. I'll buy my own board eventually, and we'll have soundboard fights. And mine will be better because I can actually mix.
That's true.
And you can't.
It's unfair.
Like, remember when I was putting deliberately bad ones? Of just a guy in a list saying Mario Kart.
Ridiculous.
I know, I'm hilarious.
What was it?
Liberal.
Was it that one? It was Soldier in the bunker. I had to remember which one I was moving. Just have to look. Let's go with this one and see how this goes.
Dude in chat saying that Ethan definitely lost big time. I didn't know you could win or lose an internet debate.
Yeah, debates are not winnable.
I didn't think there was
losable.
winners or losers.
Yeah, you just have your team who gets.
I think the
further-
participation is the loser.
Yeah, exactly. Not cool.
A soldier in the bunker.
In this octagon, I'm the boss.
That's a classic
point
too.
of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I
violence
showed
and
two. I just showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account.
Holy shit, Ethan. Like, none of them understand or know how to communicate this point. Hasan's trying. Ethan is derailing him very well.
It's just not something that you need to communicate. You're not meaty Hasan. Like, he could probably navigate this one. But, like, this is just... Don't debate this.
Yeah, exactly.
Of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hassan. Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
wait,
testimony
wait,
from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such
yawning.
crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking killed
Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the
Do you think
welfare
when
minister
someone
with
is
their
murdered, that
sorry,
there's no way to actually examine?
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do
Listen
you
to
think
these
that
victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
actually conclude
because
that
you
person
know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
The best way for Hasan to navigate this would just to have been to say his piece, to say exactly what we said, what he just said.
Yeah.
And just refer back to what he said. Just keep saying, I've already answered this. It wasn't the inconclusive evidence that it was directed by Hamas. Yes, it happened. No, it wasn't systematic. And then just continue referring back to your answer and just refuse to move. Because it basically
I
just
think
stonewall.
there's an argument it could have been systemic, but I would think the point is that I think there's an argument there
that it wasn't directed.
Yeah, it could be a point that could no. The directed is different. The systemic thing, as in it was a trend, right?
Oh,
I think you could argue that.
Okay.
But I wouldn't make a declarative statement.
Would systematic be a different word? Be the correct word as for like top down directed?
What is I would say directed. What is I see cuz like what's the difference between systemic and systematic?
Systematic and systemic are both related to the word system but have distinct meanings. Systematic describes something done according to a system or method, often implying a step-by-step planned approach.
Okay.
Systemic, on the other hand, refers to something that affects an entire
I think
system
we should
or
not
is
use
deeply
either
ingrained.
word for this reason. It's too easy to mix up, and you might say one when you mean the other, and things like that.
Yes. But in this case, it would be a systematic. The denial is on systematic rape.
So now we're debating if it's systemic or systematic.
But this is getting down to the point of it, right? It isn't systematic. It would be systemic. Like, these are very important terms that matter. I agree that you shouldn't use them because of this reason, but now that we're talking about it, I think we have to define it. And just by that, it would be systemic, not systematic. If judging by what Ethan's saying
I did
and
not
all
see
his
the
self-immolation.
self-immolation. I have not.
No.
I honestly like I've really lost a lot of connection to people who interact with that world because I've been so focused on Ukraine and Syria, you know? Like I've been sleeping on, like, I should be focusing on it too because Kashmir's going on. Bro's got his house upside down, just chowing down on it.
Well, our two worlds are about to clash because China and the Middle East are about to fuck around in Kashmir.
You just said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article.
reading
And
you.
I don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I've seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by...
We're moving on.
He literally...
He just fucked it up.
Making you sound worse and worse the longer you try to debate this. You literally are making your argument worse over time.
Oh, yeah. And he's just walking into it. He's not even looking at what the fuck is happening. He's just walking straight into it.
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
What you have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen,
okay?
Right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely
Who's
stupid.
they?
Are you okay?
Ethan.
Hallucinating. Are you crashing on? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them? Testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives.
He certainly did.
Operatives in Israel.
I killed them? And testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you
saying
okay?
You killed them?
He definitely said you.
He literally is gaslighting.
Also, excellent pause on Ethan here.
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing on? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard.
This is some abusive spouse shit.
I told you.
I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you.
A literal couples therapist.
Yep, everybody heard it. There is absolutely no denying that. I went back again, and I went back again. I even turned it up to make sure that we heard it correctly. He definitely said you.
You on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read 4
Because the question I have for you. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's...
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints, it has like different areas.
Hey, what are those conditions?
People don't have
what
freedom
makes
of movement.
it different?
So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main
and
body of Israel.
you've heard me say this before.
Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually...
If he recognizes that it's an apartheid recognizing West Bank and Gaza, but is still against this one state idea. It's like you recognize it's a de facto one state. You recognize it's an apartheid.
Yeah. Like it's kind of hard to deny, especially in West Bank. Like when you really look at it without the bias of the Israeli lens, it really, and like even South Africa brought the charges. Like that's something.
Moon's got 40 viewers right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for her.
Resemble someone going
she hasn't streamed in a while, so
someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
She's literally streaming
it's
from a
you don't see the comparison.
Too.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that...
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this
Oscar-winning
movie, does see the comparison.
So, hold on, your criticism...
He said as much.
You're saying... all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No,
it's implying that there's a greater Israel.
No, Israel proper is the correct way to say it, though. It's like this is
really?
something that's been discussed. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay, and also is an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there
Israel
for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are...
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory.
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you consider me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasif. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
I thought foolishly
She's got 49 now.
I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay. That's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately,
on a lot of things.
This is something that I privately talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like the reason why people think you are a
accused you of yapping,
not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They
what did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying
he's trying.
Another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
as
last month.
You're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime.
Okay,
I don't defend that.
In your conversation with Sam Cedar, on the one hand,
the question is, would they bomb the hospital anyway? Right?
Yeah. I don't know. Do they have a track record of it? Regardless of whether the Hamas is there?
They're kind of... Like, that's the thing.
But, like, regardless of Hamas's presence, they have a history of bombing hospitals?
Yeah, but also Hamas has a history of... Like, of course. Like... Hamas is, do you know, like, Gaza's very small. Of course there's fucking tunnels underneath hospitals.
Yeah.
And, like, also Ethan acknowledged that, like, even in the beginning, the Israelis were the ones that dug the tunnels under the hospitals when they were occupying Gaza.
Yes, they did,
That specific in the beginning area.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I remember that.
You now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure
the
remaining
7th
in
floor
most
of an
parts of
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
Are you
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, Me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
All Ethan really needs to illustrate here.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a
is
Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're
Hamas
saying. Yeah,
was able to use the
You can have
tunnels,
criticisms of Hamas,
right? So Hamas are able to use the tunnels and hide and seek shelter in those tunnels and survive the bombings. Why aren't they giving that protection to the people of Gaza? That's all you have to say to make this point.
Yep.
The whole, like, there's no bomb shelters in Gaza. It's kind of stupid. You know?
Yeah, it's along those lines of, like, logical fallacy argument sort of thing.
You also normally don't bring umbrellas on boats.
True. But you're surrounded by water.
Yeah, and if you brought an umbrella in the rain, and if you were in the rain on a boat and you were holding an umbrella to prevent yourself from getting wet, would you feel silly?
A little bit.
It's almost like
internal domestic affairs in terms of their governance.
Like,
but if
you know, even driving the boat, you're going to get lateral spray. What is the umbrella doing for you there?
that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't make bomb
for the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously.
No, the reason
time
why
and
people
time
believe
again.
that
He literally constantly tells people. He literally constantly tells people you're not a Zionist.
Platforming attempts to.
Like, come on, bro.
Defend it
like,
all
watch
the time.
watch how many clips he actually defends you.
Yeah, it's insane.
Ethan is literally a bully.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He literally, you know what happened? Okay. When that cuck came out, he took iDubbbz's energy.
Energy thief.
Yeah, it's everyone says that Anissa has turned iDubbbz into a cuck. No. It's Ethan. Ethan stole his energy.
Doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call
one
them terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
against American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please, I
think that this definition is intentionally vague and
can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about it. What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Law is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
Smart move.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
Good response.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's a
please.
genocide.
All right,
so what is the
Hasan,
expectation?
please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the
wasn't
IDF
Ethan
invasion.
just
And they were
going to Hasan earlier. We're content. We understand. You don't need to go through and give all this nuance. Remember when he said that? Like shit. No shit. The common take is that when Hezbollah was founded, they had fucking legitimate reasons of defense. No fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Water is also wet.
Successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count?
You
Why does that bother
erroneously
you?
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah
hang
has
on,
an air force?
Hang on. Who do you think has the majority of the death toll in Iraq? You think it's the American forces, or do you think it's the Sunni Shia civil war?
Oh, the Iraqis. And
is anyone gonna blink when we say America caused the death of hundreds of thousands of I almost said Israelis, of Iraqis? Mm-hmm. They didn't pull the fucking trigger on over 100,000 Iraqis.
Still blamed on America though.
Because it is their fault.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Like when I talk about the Soviet genocide of Afghanistan, you know who committed the genocide? The Afghan government.
It's true.
The Soviets weren't going. So like when a Soviet convoy got hit, the Afghan forces went into the nearest villages, accused them of harboring the Mujahideen, slaughtered villages, threw grenades into families' homes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Who is responsible? The Soviets. It was the Soviet genocide of Afghanistan.
Is that why you post?
Isn't it technically an unofficial one? Isn't it technically unofficial?
Yeah, no. It's that I call it that.
Yeah, okay.
But like, it was it's the only fucking like communist cleansing that nobody wants to fucking point at for some reason. I don't know why. But like,
posted that
to say that Hezbollah is not part of the fucking deaths in that war. Like, of course, Assad is like the most responsible party.
Yeah.
But we can say other groups are responsible for all the deaths in Iraq as well. It's just obvious that when we say that the Americans are the most responsible. I don't know why we're doing this when it comes to Syria.
Because you gotta. Assad is...
It's just dumb to like... Obviously he wasn't saying Hezbollah killed all those people. And they were like the principal army in like... They were one of 100 Shia factions.
So I'm just posting on the 5th gen Twitter that video
Why are
auto,
you defending
when you just-
Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a
I'm
good
not
look?
defending that. I'm
You
not
sure
defending their
are.
action.
You bet
I am
Hezbollah didn't
asking
do
you,
that.
do you
Hezbollah would
think
never blow
Hezbollah
up a
has an
village in
air force?
Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when
I
you
keep
showed
telling
a
you,
hollowed-out town
they
that
worked-
was barrel bombed,
they worked
most likely
with
by
the
Russian
government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were
That is
complicit.
a false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are
You're
spreading
defending terrorism right now,
falsehoods.
by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth
I
is
never
Hezbollah
have
did in
once-
Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
Okay,
people
so
in
wasn't that
Syria,
bad?
Ethan.
So what Hezbollah did
You
in
are
Syria
taking away
wasn't
the
that bad? How many did they
responsibility
kill?
from the Assad regime. You are taking
You're
away the
minimizing their actions.
responsibility
How many did they
from-
kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where it belongs.
ridiculous.
How many did they kill?
So
I
Hasan
don't even know the
does
exact
something.
number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue
Did
saying
they collaborate
that.
with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
didn't say any
As a
of that.
matter
You
of
said,
fact,
I do
there are
not have
plenty
a
of
problem with
instances where I've
Hezbollah.
talked about.
You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have
You're
talked
lying.
about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying,
as
I'll
a
explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not. What
You
do you
said
mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How
Big
do you feel
way to
about
trigger
Hezbollah?"
me
A general
is to
question.
call me
How do
a
we feel
liar.
about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian
Like
civilians.
I might be mistaken.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter.
That's right. A
Here's
lot
what
of
you
times
said,
I'll
because you
go,
wanna be
hang on,
precise.
You made up.
let me fact check this, and I'll go look it up and come back and say I was wrong. But lying?
I've been doing the same. I've been checking myself. It's good.
Like, I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies.
They
They
did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you
I'm
said, you
saying. And I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to
minimizing
people?
what
Like,
you did.
we
I'm
just
minimizing
watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually
I don't
said you
think that numerous
ChatGPT'd
times.
against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean I'm
it doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering analysis and not justification,
Can I
but analysis.
can I flip
to
it
how
on you a
these
little
groups
bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it.
About,
You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
You're just
I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something
Bro.
so you recognize that you're wrong as you've done.
Don't
Don't
need to explain
here
anything
to
to me.
talk?
I understand your point. Don't you?
Hasan, you need to stop talking and just let me talk at you. That's literally Ethan. That's Ethan the last hour. Has what? he's
Yeah,
done.
pretty much. Did you know Trump's dad was arrested at a KKK rally?
Yes. That's
great.
it's not something I keep at the front of my head, but when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, that did happen.
That's fucking great. What? Yes. That's like very funny. The reason I bring this up is because I'm trying to find out whether Trump is religious. There's no mention of religion from his father. There's no religion mentioned in his early life or his afterlife, his sort of later life. It doesn't mention any type of religion on his Wikipedia. Would it be safe to assume that he's irreligious? That's what I'm saying. I don't think he fucking is religious. And the White House is posting shit posts of him as the Pope. Like, he's backed
He literally said that he wanted to be the Pope.
It's fucking crazy. He's backed by fucking Protestants. Isn't it the complete opposite? Don't Catholics hate Protestants?
Well, no, it's the other way around.
Oh, Catholics
the Protestants
hate Protestants.
persecuted the Catholic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why they hate the Pope and want to, like, murder him. Because they think he's, like, a false prophet. You know? Like, it's like Islamic fundamentalist stuff, you know? Like, the idolatry stuff.
Yeah.
The fact that Catholicism has saints and recognizes a Pope and doesn't focus specifically on the gospel is the issue. So that's the whole point with the Protestant...
Split.
Well, no. What I'm saying is Islam takes the idolatry very seriously. Not all sects, especially Shia, like the 12er, but I don't know much about like what's up with the Shia stuff with that portraits and stuff. But specifically with the Protestant Reformation, like Martin Luther literally, like he was like shit posted on the Catholic Church. Like he wrote up a bunch of grievances of the church, like idolatry, not like having a pope, not focusing on the actual gospels. So that's the thing with Protestantism, they're focused on the gospels. And
it's the writings, not the
somehow they seem to be the least versed on them.
Isn't that crazy?
not really understand what is contained in there, you know?
Well, it's probably because they're mostly Americans.
Well, there's also like the modern Protestant. There's the whole like Protestant work ethic thing that was just really just a white supremacy thing that they were disguising as a religious thing.
This is what I'm saying. The fucking wasps, they're behind him. The Dominions, fuck them. Like, boy.
And like,
you think the Protestants?
I don't buy it for a second.
What do you think about
that? J.D. Vance is a real Catholic just because he left Protestantism. He did that to get close to the Pope and take him out. Like they the fucking Dominionists. Literally, that's why I say they are the Taliban. They want to form a Christian caliphate. That is their goal.
Yeah, and if you don't know what we're talking about, go watch our Singapore episode. I think it's 37.
Like, if they could get away with the beheadings, they might do them.
True.
Watch them bring back burning witches and shit.
Oh god. Self-defense.
You know, if you kill the head witch, they all die.
The other ones lose their power. Yeah, that's the thing. All you have to do is stab the shadow.
But like,
irresponsible with my words.
I don't know, man. I think recognizing saints is not that big a deal, and they need to stop crying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but the Protestants, you know how like we laugh about how the Sunnis were upset about the Shias dancing in that one video.
Yes.
Where you're like, why is everyone upset about this? And I said it's because they're Shia. Just because they were dancing on a holiday, right? It's the same shit. Fucking, we keep the Eucharist in a tabernacle, and they want to fucking cry about it. But they believe that they can fucking go to a preacher who can exorcise the demons in them and shit.
Yeah. It's all goofy. Just become Scientologists.
Hey, you might go to the International Space Station.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if I ever go back to LA, I'm going to try and get into the indoctrination center. I want to see what it's like.
People think you're pro-terrorist?
The thing is
track
that
them down the suits.
The thing, the whole point of that is to get your data so they can harass you for the rest of your life and send you pamphlets and ask for donations. Like, if you want to get constantly harassed and asked for, like, donations and shit, you go give blood to the Red Cross. They'll call you anytime they're low on blood to come give blood.
That's funny.
Until you tell them that you have AIDS or something, then they'll take you off the list.
Honestly, if you can, do. Like, giving blood's cool. You get to find out your
get a
blood
free
type.
cookie.
Yeah, you get lollies and shit.
And a jukebox.
I got told that I had to not come back for a few months because I fainted. I didn't drink enough water. And I just haven't been back. I don't know if they'll take my blood now. It's like 50% THC. But I don't know if that's a thing. I'd have to check.
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question.
I
and
don't
I'll
think
answer you. Are people valid and
You
considering
rely heavily on
saving the body parts is necessarily that weird because it takes place. I think that's more of a cultural thing than a religious thing. I mean, like, you look at the mummified monks in Buddhism and Hinduism and shit, you know? Like, are we gonna sit here and say that the mummified monks aren't fucking cool?
Yeah. No,
like the myth that they're still alive and they're just in deep meditation.
Yeah, no, I actually am completely on board with you here.
But what about
to do
Stalin's or Stalin or Lenin's glass
embalming.
coffin?
The embalmings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
I've
you
always
have
wanted
to? It's the blood of fucking Jesus Christ. Do you have to?
I've always wanted to do a documentary talking to different places, communities, whatever, about how they deal with death. And this would come into it because, like, for example, there's a village in, I think, Indonesia who, when their family members died, they dress them up and let them rot on the porch. I'm sure there's more to it, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Sky burials are another thing for people in the mountains.
Good luck getting that.
You know,
that
shit
one
like
is,
this.
That's an impossible task to, like, get the
I
privilege
know.
to film one of those. They're
I
so
know,
rare
but-
to begin with.
Oh man,
But
that'd
like,
be cool.
there's like there's a lot of like Buddhist offshoots where they'll like dig up the dead.
Okay.
And like then rebury them. Like they dig them up for like a celebration, like a Day of the Dead type stuff.
Ah, interesting.
And like, I know what you're talking about. They don't necessarily let them rot on the porch, but they like have their own room in the house.
Yeah,
and it's
kinda.
literally just. But they do let. They bury them first, I believe. They let the bloat and decomposition take place, and then unbury them when it's more into the like mummified post-decay
This
state.
is why I want to do this.
I believe.
This is why I want to do this, because I want to know. I want to find out. I want to know how people deal with death in different societies. How, difference between I was going to say civilized, built up, global north versus tribal global south deals with death kind of comparison. I think that would be a very interesting mini documentary series.
You can
kind
go
of
into
thing.
West Papua and find
Get
the.
kidnapped.
No, because that's the prion disease. Because they ate the dead. They burned, well, specifically the women of a specific tribe, right? They burned.
Yeah.
Kuru. They got it from eating dead people brains.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. But yeah, that would be an example. Like many. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh.
on
Can you
your
answer?
audience not really
Can you
understanding
please
the
answer my
terms that you
question?
are using.
Let it be noted you are
When you
dodging-
say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay,
Literally
there's a
just
reason
did.
why you say that. You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me, face to face, to
God, bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like Ethan
changed.
defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and
were
we'll get to
noble.
that
I
in a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception
actions
was
were
a
noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people...
I'm
people are going to assume
pro-terrorism.
that regardless.
Well, this is like something I'm not sure if it still happens or not. That'd be cool to film. Pro-terrorism?
Yeah.
Depends.
Depends on who it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
depends on their causes.
You know,
and who they're terrorizing.
Ukraine was you can go ahead and clip me. I fucking say this shit all the
clip
time.
that shit.
Do you know Ukraine was like trying to appeal to get clearance and coverage from America to bomb the military parade in Russia?
Yes.
Can you imagine if they did that?
I say fuck your permission.
Now, well, when it comes to
North Korea is there.
Look, hang on. They are in the middle of a very sensitive mineral deal, right?
Sure.
Ukraine, is in a dilemma where the direct arms from the United States might dry up, where they have to funnel money through these mineral gains to then buy European weapons. They genuinely do have to consider these things. But, it just pisses me off because you just look what Israel does.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're like, we're not going to give you the 200 gabillion bomb.
Yeah,
the one that will vaporize every infant in Gaza for 6 city blocks. We're not giving you those ones.
But everyone else? That's fine.
Have some white phosphorus. That's cool though.
Because I am
people can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for people to it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Israel does not produce its own white phosphorus, right?
Well,
That's got to be the fucking American shells, right?
Surely.
They definitely could. It's not difficult.
Israel's use of white phosphorus. Evidence is Israel's use of white phosphorus. Use of white phosphorus. Israel admits using white phosphorus.
Oh yeah, but the thing is the circumstances. Well, not all of them, but in this recent conflict, the circumstances when white phosphorus was used.
Mm-hmm.
And you know me, I'm the fucking white phosphorus guy when I hear about it. They used it in ways that it's technically meant to be used. It's not a very good anti-personnel weapon unless you're in a specific type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So if they used it against
Does that look like
fields,
white phosphorus for you?
Yeah, they used it in Lebanon, but this is against agriculture. There were still people who were definitely killed by these bombs.
16 injured, 9 civilians. According
Nobody
to Amnesty
deaths.
International.
No deaths though.
No deaths apparently.
There is technically, if you're gonna get bombed by something, this might be what you would want to be bombed by.
It does say that they're US supplied.
Yep, that's what I figured. But yeah, they did use them on agriculture, which is technically kosher. I guess I shouldn't say kosher in this situation. But then they also did use them on boats, fishing boats, right? And that's really what's fucked up, is because it's a weapon that's used to starve people. It's not you're not supposed to light people on fire. You can starve them to death slowly, though. That's fine.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing in Gaza.
Kidding, I don't know how to clip stuff. Oh, you can actually, it's right there. Anyone can clip. We have it set up so anyone can make them.
Reports by Amnesty and Washington Post accuse Israel of using white phosphorus supplied by the US in violation of international law.
I don't know how to do it outside of the dashboard, though.
White phosphorus has... the White House has said that it's concerned. Sure.
Yeah. We're looking into it. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. But there's a photo. It's from a few years back. Cool. It's you can literally see them dropping. It's like, you know how they'll have like the refugee camps, so that'll be like schools and stuff. You can literally find. It's literally Israel dropping it on civilians in one of these camps. It's from a few years ago. It's video actually of it.
You understand what I'm saying? I get why people.
Remember when you remember that video came out of them flattening a village on the top of a hill? That was pretty cool.
Oh, in Lebanon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing like.
I would have forgot about that. That almost escaped my mind. You know?
No, I'm very because it was such a fucking spectacle. I can't not remember that. Just somebody's fucking homes, like multiple people's homes, just
I think I have more vivid memories of that that dude being a total G, fucking taking out a tank with a placed fucking IED RPG mortar style round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if he took it out, but he definitely hit a bomb in an area that would cause a mobility kill. I don't know. I'm sure
I get why people assume
you're recovered the tank later.
Off.
Well, even if you damage the tracks a little bit, you can, they are a huge weakness on a tank. The issue is, even if it's not moving, it's still a fucking tank.
Yeah, exactly. It's a stationary target for your RPG, though.
You can, you can get mobility kills on the tanks and Helldivers.
No, I didn't.
You can actually target their treads and break them pretty easy.
Cool.
You're pro-terrorist.
I'm gonna get some water.
Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump
by the way, me
administration as
being
someone being
pro-terrorist,
Israel is?
it's coming.
As someone who's been branded as
we've been
a
working too hard, but
in my space,
we'll definitely
is
get this terrorism tier list soon.
It's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years.
Real quick.
Right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life. All of my employees, all my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community
said your
for this
community has
reason,
nothing to do with
this. You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please, let me just talk. You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you've got to let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm going to mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on. Let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now,
a libertarian crashed out with Sam Cedar, and I think it was Jackson Hinkle.
Oh my God.
Remember? It was against Sam Cedar, right? He muted himself and then couldn't figure out how to get himself off mute, and then was
I don't remember this at all.
Saying that they were malicious or something. Muting him. It might have been Ethan. I think it was Sam Cedar. It was very funny though. It was when he was still a nobody, and you could tell he was reading from a script and getting direction.
Yeah, okay.
Which terrorist
I
tier
don't remember
list?
this at all. Yeah, which one? But we just released another video today as well, covering the Australian election and shit. It's a bit late,
and it gave
but it's
me
like,
brain damage.
it's a bit late, but it's a pretty good video. It turned out really well, even though it's late.
This is
That's
why you
my
gotta
fault.
delete Twitter from your phone.
It is my fault, and it's not because of Twitter. It's because I've been making money and working because I need money, and I still have no money.
Would
To
not
let
have
me
left your
say
community, by the way.
something.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
That one, the one with the Trump Joker thumbnail.
They all have that.
Oh, do they? That's great.
Yeah, because it
do.
always.
I've got plenty of fans.
That's the opener. Is Trump in the Joker face paint saying, "You think this is gonna make people more angry?" Because the whole thing is just like, it's a tier list, literally like glorifying terrorism.
You sure?
Like we approach it like very non-biased. That's the thing. Yeah. It's just like we approach it from like how successful the groups are in their goals and stuff. Like it is a very pro-terrorist type of lens that we give because we're actually allowing terrorism to have a neutral lens, which should never be done in like a normal context.
Yes. Yeah. And that's sort of half the reason we did them is to give that context, to talk from their perspective and talk about their successes and their goals.
But
it gives people
the
a
memes
deeper
and
understanding.
satire that do go along with it also just show how ridiculous the whole concept is as well.
Exactly. Like it's a whole package. And they might be a couple hours long, but find better information on multiple terrorist groups in a single video.
Mm-hmm. Well, the last one we did was really off the rails, so I'm gonna do something a little more grounded this year.
Yeah, fair. And especially now that it's popping up again, maybe we should take it a bit more seriously.
Well, so, okay, you want to know? We were talking, and we might not do a tier list at all.
Okay.
We might do a political axis.
That's amazing.
And one of the axes is likelihood that they would nuke a city if they could.
That's fucking great.
But, maybe we could...
Don't worry.
We could do a multi-tiered scale system. We'll assign them to a tier list, a political axis, and then say what chess piece they would be on the board.
Oh my god.
But only do, the groups that are relevant right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because, if you want to learn about every group, that's what the one before was. It was a very historical one.
And you don't really need to double up on those ones.
Mm-mm.
What more information can we give?
Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snarp, the subreddit primarily...
Also, for people who are patrons... where's Fudge? Fudge is gone. People who are patrons, I might upload an extended version of the video.
I say you just post that with, political analysis of post-election, because there's a lot of stuff in there, that's what I'm saying. TLDR, that's what they do, is they explain how the person won the vote and the vote makeup and how many seats they're going to get, and then you already have that stuff explaining how many seats matter and how the votes will divide among those seats with examples. You already have it shot and recorded, ready to go. Just a few plug-in elements is what you need, basically.
Yeah, okay.
It's 80% done. You really did 2 videos, That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah, okay. So what, we essentially just take
It's all.
Take what we didn't use, especially that ending where you talk about the major parties and the seat breakdown and all that stuff in the Senate and the seats.
Oh, no,
That's more important for context post-election for people.
I kept that in.
Oh, well.
I put that in at the end.
Whatever.
I cut off the questions at the end, which I might put on and upload as a Patreon extended bit.
You can still reference back to it. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So I can reference back to it, and I can script it and film it.
Well, you just
without needing
when you just
much.
take it and you can just put it like an archive footage tag. You know what I mean? Like
No.
from the video, you just put a lower third that it's from a different video.
Yes. Yep.
That you're referencing, you're sourcing yourself in it.
SEO.
A what?
Responsible for coordinating that harassment.
Huh?
Search engine optimization. SEO.
Oh.
We need to focus on it.
And you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan,
why
I can't believe
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used his community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024, where I actively defend you. That is moderating.
I didn't give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
That's not an argument, Ethan.
My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like...
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you...
It's embarrassing,
sorry, hold on.
especially because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
Oh my God!
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to Capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not gonna let you stunlock me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the,
Is that the same as
of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
Can I play this? This
token
is the clip.
Jews
Here's
that
what
are
you
not
said.
representative of the broader movement?
Well, they're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
Yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call them
problem with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he
Here's
starts
the
talking
difference.
about me,
Here's
he's
the
your best
difference,
friend.
Ethan.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also
And all of a
always
sudden,
say?
you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you
and
love
I've
his
maintained
videos
this
suddenly?
position- I've
Before
maintained
you
this
pledged never to
position-
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
Initially,
a insane, pathetic,
No,
bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally.
I agree. Fuck Bad Empanada. React to his fucking videos if you want to. Fuck him. Fair use. Suck a dick. Eat shit.
I have.
Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of
Fuck
you
Ben
criticizing
Empanada.
XQC.
Okay, wait. You
No, all
can't
these other
No,
videos
that's
are
you asked for it.
actually.
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
Oh my
you would
god!
ever
Wait,
ask
I sent you
for.
a clip.
these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that one?
creators
Actually,
actually, whipping their communities when
Whipping their
their chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
Yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok.
Do you have a fan on, or is that them?
7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minute clip. What
we
do you
already
want me to
watched
watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards
Oh, it's
like
a
the end too
vacuum.
if you want, like towards the
By the
middle.
way,
hairdryer.
This has 1,000 likes,
Oh,
bro.
okay.
Are you searching
I wasn't.
yourself?
It sounded like it was coming from them, so I was confused.
No, the
I was
person
about
who
to
made
say,
it sent
"Whoa."
it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess
From
it's
you,
hard
it's
Ethan is a Zionist,
understandable,
you are
but
wrong,
from
okay?
them.
Trust me, I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to. You never.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me.
Keep playing. Enough.
I
Thank
told
you.
people in this community.
Finally, he got to the point where he just told him to shut up. Finally. I was waiting for it. It was only a matter of time.
And people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say, that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going.
No,
No.
why? It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your clips.
Spare the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching longer?
Keep playing. Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You talk.
This is what
People
you need a
really
moderator.
think one of these people won.
Yeah, no, this is pathetic for both of them. This is awful. Both of them came off looking really bad.
Go to the
Kindly
middle.
about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
What a piece of shit, bro.
No, yes,
you were just screaming, play the video. You told me to
just said
shut
I wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
phone.
claiming that
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that
Okay,
you didn't
go
watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan and you watch his videos on your stream regularly. country, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Next shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
The clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I said I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I wanted to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid.
Such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak.
Did he say that about Bad Empanada?
Yeah.
Okay. We found the same thing. Inherent piece of shit.
Yeah, but
the video
lately, these fucking shit that he's been doing against Ethan have not been great. But like his Uyghur video is fantastic.
Yeah. So it's just kind of interesting. Like, obviously, you can't base people on their previous work.
I think that Bad Empanada recognizes that the Ethan train is the one to be on right now to get fucking paid.
Mm-hmm.
He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed, he's ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet.
Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a
Okay,
terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes,
like,
you're.
Has he?
By the way, you could even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking
essays,
me? Are those is that part of his great body work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching
one
called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Great reference.
Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How
The
many
reason
videos
why-
of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't
have
know.
no idea.
Maybe one.
I watched a fuck ton though. I watched a fuck ton of Adam put out videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
Oh,
no, not all of them are
please.
about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
That's not just me claiming that,
no.
Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you
Bro,
talking
those
about
are clip channels, though. They're probably all the
24
same
hours.
video.
That's over the
These
60,
are most likely.
Hold on.
How many of
Let me
these
look-
are the same
over
video?
60
You can
period,
tell
that's
by what
24
Ethan is
minutes per
wearing
day.
in the thumbnail.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This
Right.
is disingenuous. You're
Right.
presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of
fan
all, I'm
channels
just
that are
showing how much you talk
posting-
about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan,
defense is a
Ethan.
let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular? Who's obsessed with
Fan
you?
channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same
And
thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all
of course
part, so
gonna
you
look
don't
like
ever
I'm
have to
talking
accept
about you a lot more
responsibility.
than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same
It's
moments. The last
usually
one
the
does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked about me on your
Okay.
stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so and
because I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually
Like, you're really having a sook about 24 hours from a guy who streams probably 48 or more hours a week?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're complaining about? 8-week period? 100+ hours? Less than maybe a fifth of it?
I do love the pull out to it being even more, though. That was a fucking good little.
That was good.
actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators.
And
that
that's
was the
the
reason
thing.
why I'm
It's
having
like
this conversation with you.
Ethan has had some very interesting jabs. The beginning from him was probably his weakest.
Mhm.
And then obviously just staying on the rape stuff for as long as he did is definitely like
Yes.
Hasan's weakest point so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Like there's so much shit that's just going to be
Also-
clipped from Hasan there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm glad that you brought up
Hold
the
on.
obsession.
Do you think this is
because
reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much. Not even
Bro,
close.
look, see,
Ethan,
right?
I have
He's got
some
the same
information
fucking
as well.
suit on, in that one down towards the bottom.
one?
That's clearly the same fucking video. Come on,
They
is
say.
it not? What is the topic? Can you read the title?
Ethan is desperate to get Hasan banned. Ethan gives Hasan an ultimatum.
I imagine both of those are about the same content, though. With
It's
just different
highly
titles.
likely.
And then it looks like next to those, the top and bottom, same black shirt. And then also above the one in the suit, there's a same black shirt there.
Yeah.
The very top row, there's two black shirts that might be the same. All the way to the right there on the second row, looks like the black shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like all those might be the same day.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah.
Well, to present to you.
Go
Okay?
ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly.
Oh no, an
Oh,
Instagram
you
story,
have-
bro.
On your Instagram stories, not
How long
including
are
clips,
those?
Since January
5
31st,
seconds
You have
max?
mentioned me 110
They can go up to 25.
times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what period?
posts
From what period of
since
time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan
I'm
channels.
asking
This
you
is
for
your
what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
Me, 2025.
So you're saying I storyed about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures.
Because
What do you got?
here's the thing. When you
I
do
talked
an
about you 100
Instagram story, there's normally multiple slides. So we're now adding up all those slides as different events.
Well, it depends because
It hasn't even been 100 days, has it?
Hold on. If you're posting on Instagram about it, and I've seen Ethan's posts, they're
Mhm.
multiple different topics talking about Hasan. I would count them as multiple things.
But a lot
That's
of them are
multiple
just,
topics.
you know, him venting about a very specific thing and showing other people's reactions about stuff. Like, a lot of it is focused on this thing he's pressed on. Right? So if it all revolves around that. But I'm just saying, like, mentioned 100 times on an Instagram story, it's like, yeah, they're 5 seconds. You do slides. You have to. That's why they're called stories. You know.
But yeah, this is ultimately correct.
This is
10 times,
before
show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on, let me see if I can find the dump. Oh no.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my
110
channels. They operate with
Instagram
your
stories.
approval,
When you
under your
look at
direction.
my-
It's
when
part of
you
your
look at me
disinfo campaign
referencing
to
you,
avoid
it's
responsibility.
Wrong chat. Who are you in? Are you in Moon's chat too?
Hey. You can't double view Twitch streams.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can, but it only counts as one view on one of the channels. Black shirt. Here's the tie again.
Moon's got feet on stream right now. I think.
That's why she's winning.
It's
so
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you
What?
stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me.
And
Which is fine.
sometimes she'll
you wanna
stream
do
with
that,
us.
You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox
I was
them,
just
which you openly
trolling
did.
her
You
because
wanted
she
to
didn't
dox
come
them
watch this with us. She watched it by herself.
to their families.
Hold it. What? This is on you're
And I think she watched it by herself off
to anonymous
stream too.
That's
and then
funny
it's
as
just
fuck.
like discussing it. I don't know. Cause like
go
I'll put myself
go
in her
say
lobby,
hi.
but I can't hear her. You know. But like I'll still give her a view.
If you haven't, go say hi and tell her we sent you, and then come back.
Knowing full well that they would be
No, they
scared
won't
into
come back.
submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous
I know
Redditors
said
defame
said
you
that
and
stories
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright
did
lie.
You or did
Hold
you
on,
not,
dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm gonna.
Did you or did you
I'm
not
gonna
get your lawyer to
answer.
try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors.
Who's
sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me
It's
answer. Are you
fucked
just
up.
want to
It's
fucking
bullshit.
okay? You want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Ethan, sweetie, it's already unwatchable. And it's mostly your fault.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay?
You've been talking.
We're showing pictures
For
the front of
3
our
hours.
office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan.
It is. It is extremely cringe. As we said earlier in the stream, they need a therapist.
Yeah, they should get psychology in Seattle.
Maybe someone can message them and propose it, and
maybe we can get them to write apologies to each other.
Public apologies has to start with a sigh.
Well, that's Ethan's whole thing, is that he got the A+ apology, right?
Yes, actually, yeah. iDub spent time trying to get it overturned, which was cringe.
That was supposed to start, that went viral in your community.
See, that's a good take. This is, if you look at it like that, that's a next level of cringe. Because it's got 800,000 views.
It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way,
I have talked
those
about,
people should be held
if you
accountable.
Can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm
I will give you
explaining
$1
the
million.
context, dude. You're accusing me of something I'm
this moment. What are you
Hasan
talking
literally
about?
said that he's not afraid of this
context. How's
debate. He knows it's going to be a clusterfuck. Debates are stupid, but it's going to get a shitload of views.
Yeah.
And he said, and maybe with all those viewers, I can get people on the right side. Yeah, you mean the right side of your fucking pocketbook to get your brakes fixed, bitch.
Weird. You accuse me of something.
Because
I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking
Let me-
clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking
said
about? I
your
only saw the
community.
litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there
There
ever
is
a reason?
a
Could be.
1 point
Okay, very good.
difference
Well,
in the
there
poll
could
right
be.
now.
Do you think? Okay.
Ooh.
So,
damn.
Anyone who hasn't clicked the link, we end stream with pirated movies.
And this is why you watch us, because we
Okay.
rate our own channel and then we watch
Well,
movies.
I just commented on Squid's channel because he's literally in the category piracy. I didn't know there was a category for it.
That's amazing.
So I said hi to him and said sorry that we haven't rated him in a while because we've been going to our pirate channel.
I just hit him with an R.
Okay,
About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First of
only
all-
did you sue for copyright infringement, but
Hasan,
in
you're
the process,
lying. You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office
You know
with all
why?
correspondence you have had with
you know
Reddit.
why?
What does that mean?
hang on,
Do you know
You
why?
provide our office
I'll
with
post
information
her
regarding
name.
the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
He's probably one of
Okay,
my
so first
favorite
of all-
people
Do you
we've
think that, does your
found.
lawyer
Stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make
Yeah,
people
I'm
dance?
gonna post Squid's link too. You know,
No,
he's also
he's
a
fucking
really
great.
good content creator. Of course, when
He
you're
just-
not, when we're not live.
Exactly. He
But
fucking
both of those content creators. I mean, obviously we're the best. That's why we have the most views out of everyone.
obviously all the views, the captivating content.
Maybe it's because we don't
Hence-
mind just
All right.
being like, hey, here's other channels that are cool.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It is capitalism after all.
If they
Do you
got him on a
want to
copyright
have a
claim,
conversation, or do you want to
How
just
many
talk
of-
uninterrupted?
how many of them
I mean, that's what you
have
do every day. Let's
interviewed-
have a conversation.
U.S. presidential candidates.
All right.
Sure.
Exactly.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
Precisely.
Well,
None. Huh?
Ethan has. He interviewed
Well,
Andrew Yang,
Look, that doesn't
I
count.
think.
Um,
Andrew Yang doesn't count?
no. What we should do is we should set up a stream that just endlessly streams the LTEX.
We could.
That would be great. And then people can just like tune in.
Well, you can also... like, we could set it up so they stream when we're not live.
Yeah, that could work.
Something like that. I mean, I figured out how to link all our chats together.
True. That would be neat. Ask one viewer what he thought. He said, I can't stop viewing. Who's this about?
I asked one viewer what he thought. He said, I can't stop. Are you talking about us? I think
so many
unattended
views, the best
24/7 streams are
tremendous
prone to being
views.
banned, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think you have to probably get views. You know, just like our piracy channel, I'm not really scared of it going anywhere.
But it wouldn't be 24 hours. It would just be when we're not live, or in between certain times or whatever. Like
technically,
a sort of
Restream
rerun TV show
has the tools to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How much do we have to pay to get it?
Well, I think that's the main reason Restream was created.
Oh.
That's why it's called Restream.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
The whole multicast thing is very recent, in like the last few years. Really,
okay.
COVID is what made it viable.
Yes.
All these companies starting to support it.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
No.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking
person,
to you.
by the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how? By
I'm
posting...
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting on Reddit.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know
criticize.
how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywalled content and saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan.
Now.
Okay?
Spare
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. No. Okay, you always say that whenever
if it's specifically paywalled content,
you've watched 11 hate videos about me.
No. He's got a point. If they're specifically posting, because Ethan does the member stream, you know, like those people are paying extra. Like they're entitled, right? Like it's not just like taking money from like Ethan and stuff. It's devaluing other people's like, you know, dollars in a way. It's not actually devaluing their dollars, but like it's like, you know, slapping the bread out of somebody's mouth in a way. It's not that at all, but you know what I mean? Like, those people are entitled to that. Like,
yeah,
the Thursday streams aren't, like, good produced streams. It's kind of like, oh, I have an obligation to show up for an hour. And normally we do one-off dumb shit on those streams. I don't know. I haven't seen them. I know they have posted some publicly, but, like, it's same with the China show. Like, they have a Monday stream for members and patrons. Right?
Yeah.
Would you not be a piece of shit if you were reposting that stream saying watch it here for free so you don't have to give them money? Like, there's free content. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, also, like, I'm not against piracy, obviously. But, like, you know, the people who have the rights to the content that we watch with our stream are perfectly capable of taking it down.
Yes.
Like, if you have paywalled content, you are entitled to issue claims to take it down.
How do I add chapters to a video?
I don't know.
Because I swear you just, like, write it in the description, and it adds them. But it's not adding them.
Anyone can do it. You do not even need to be on our account. Anyone can chapter our videos. Like our like the Tigray video, someone just chaptered that thing. You know?
Cool.
So, like, anyone can actually chapter. It's pretty cool. I've never done it. It's one of those things where it's like, if I was getting the views and stuff, then I would start. It's just like how much extra effort goes into something.
Well, I would say that you should be putting in the effort, because to pull the viewers in, no?
Well, for certain things, yes, but like when it was just like re-uploading live streams from StreamYard and stuff, like it's already low effort content.
Yes.
Where you're just kind of trying to get lucky off clicks and algo.
Yeah. See, even here, I left a comment, and I left a comment with the chat.
I have a sick fantasy that are corrupt. We have to get through this video.
I mean, we can skip.
I mean, well, I can't
Supporting
see
the Houthis.
Oh,
Thoughts on mandatory
that's
service.
gonna be cringe. Mandela is probably gonna be great. The Houthis is gonna be great.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not a Houthi.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I do
rewriting
not
history.
I'm gonna say this
No,
very
no,
clearly
it's not that
to
you cared. It's that
I'm
you
gonna say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
them
to
up.
you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
The fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was
What do
they
you think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
it wasn't
kept
owned by
them
an Israeli,
prisoners
by
for
the
a
way, in your
year.
fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
what,
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned?
That does not have anything to do with Israel. Like, wow, a multi-conglomerate company has an owner in a specific country. I'm sure they knew that ahead of time.
I bet. What did the China show do?
Oh, I was just saying that they have their own members-only Monday show.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, like you would be a dick to steal that.
You using them as an example. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But they've been releasing some of those episodes as like super chat bonuses, which is pretty cool. And they're pretty entertaining. Not bad.
Owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's owned
conglomerate
by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag
How much of this?
to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well,
even
you
if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't.
Bro, why did you interrupt him?
It's not owned by an
Ethan
Israeli
was just
conglomerate.
about to
You're
say,
fucking
I
lying.
agree.
That's an outright
with the
pathetic lie.
Houthis. Come
And you're basically
on,
running
man.
for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend...
Now we're
what
arguing
they do?
about
I
an
think
Isle
what
of
they're
Man
doing-
flag when he was just about to cede you ground, you idiot.
Insane.
Message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping
withstood
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
They,
What would you do?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, it's just you couldn't.
They were held,
you couldn't
were
put
they
it
held
in
prisoner
there,
for a
you know?
year? Were they held prisoner
You
for a
could-
year? Were they held
you
prisoner
couldn't
for a
put it-
year?
you couldn't put it-
Were
yeah,
they
they
held
were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's
they
what
were
I said.
held hostage.
Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
So how's
for
that
sure.
help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year.
of deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
sailors?
Yes.
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other, successfully, mind you, to stop other
Not really.
commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board,
Nice.
baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide?
At the end of the day, I don't fucking care what the Houthis are doing, or even the reasons for doing it. Like, if they were doing it just for clout, because it has revitalized their movement. It was kind of dry,
Yes.
you know? Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, among like terrorist groups, you know, like the Houthi are like
low tier,
more defensible than most. Like the civil war that they fought, they had every right to defend like their government. There was legitimate grievances for that war. Simple as, you know, that's all. You know, like Haftar, certainly not about to defend him, but does he fucking not have a stake over and claim over Libya? He's a fucking rightful successor to Gaddafi. You know, like it's his military. He can get fucked.
Should they have sat back and just
Yemeni
let it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they
Like,
fucking
what
can't say
have
from
the
river to
Houthi
sea path on
actually
Libya, 'cause
done wrong?
That scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either.
just
So
swapped
Scares-
what-
I mean,
how can
that's
these
what
people-
Norman
how
Finkelstein
can
said.
people be
If this is
pro-Palestine
the
in a
big
way
thing that they've
you
done
think is
wrong is attacks on ships, we have them on par with the Somali pirates that had to take ships because their fucking fish were destroyed by pollution. That's what they're on par with at that point. If we want to criticize them about, like, the child soldiers and shit, sure. You know who else had them? You know? It's just like taking a side in Israel and Palestine is easy. Taking a side against Israel and Hamas is crazy.
Yeah.
appropriate.
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15
It's not
sailors?
unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was
It is
unaffiliated, as
totally.
I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied
It
about
was.
that, and you
I
recognize that you lied
you're-
about that for the record. But
The
if it was
question is, you know,
it
like in
wasn't-
Captain
even if
Phillips,
it-
did they
even
know
if
they
it
were
was
selling?
unaffiliated-
Did the ship choose to sail into water that put those workers at risk?
That's the question.
Right? Why are we not mad about the owner in that regard? I mean, that's kind of like if that was like people who were actually in the situation in the Captain Phillips, like the real people, were like, that guy was not a hero. Like, he lied
heard
to
that.
us and about the risk of what was going on with the job. And the company told him to lie.
Fucking yeah, okay. That makes sense.
And all they got was him seeing an email in the beginning of the movie to give context to that entire plot line. That was real. That he was not a hero.
Yeah, random people. That's like terrorist
It's
shit.
not that I think
Why are they
that. I'm
kidnapping
just
random
saying
unaffiliated sailors? How you
that
defending
people
that?
Ethan, you know what's
You're defending
served
the
on the
kidnapping
ship.
these
You know what's fair shit, Ethan?
unrelated.
didn't think he was a hero. And that the movie portrayed him like he was some sort of saint, and
Well,
they
it's a
say that
movie.
didn't reflect.
Yeah.
The movie's great though. He's definitely a hero in the movie.
Foreign
You know
sailors?
what's fair shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend
flotilla.
that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks
Well,
like.
you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times during
last
this
night
conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance.
So
and it's
do you-
not only
do you
moral,
think-
but it's just.
Very
and
good.
if-
You're right.
if
You're so righteous.
Both can be
justice is
Do you
terrorism.
served-
think that the Filipino
Yeah.
hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome You know, that was an awesome act of resistance. Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's
okay. So Ethan's take is
lie.
Ethan literally just said if they actually were targeting Jews, then it would be okay. I'm sure, bro. I'm sure you wouldn't just. Then it wouldn't be how they're anti-Semitic, which the Houthi are, by the way. But it's fucking Yemen. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Wow, there's, like, also anti-gay persecution in Africa is bad in certain places,
Right now, it was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. This is a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
What do you, I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the
Someone's
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand. You can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
you go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Ethan.
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
Please
you
explain to me
what
how it's
you would do,
justifiable to
Ethan.
kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay,
that's the
supply
thing
lines
about
for
the Houthis
the Nazis,
caring.
or even sometimes.
Like, yes, they do have something to gain themselves from doing it, but like, I'm sure they actually don't like what's happening in Palestine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Like, it's the easiest cause to attach to your fucking group to fucking justify something.
Oh, for sure it is. And then you get, customary support. Like, from the satellites. Like Hasan.
Like, it's not like fucking the Arab governments in the region that are helping facilitate it also aren't against it. They're just not going to do shit. Because them doing shit won't actually benefit them. Because the Houthis are a non-state actor, which will never be on the level to negotiate with states the way these fucking kings can.
Supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay? Impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they?
So did
the Filipino guys
that are the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide.
The
that you
Somali
call
pirates
genocide.
held a journalist for like a year.
Did they?
Yeah. He said
that.
He said that he literally watched Captain Phillips on a phone with the Somalis who were keeping him.
Amazing.
Actually terrorists because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way. You
Kidnapping
have
innocents.
no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I said just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people.
What capability do they have? Like, even if the Houthis were humanitarians, what capability to deliver humanity if they're a humanitarian, right? If they were just doing good deeds to help Palestine, what ability do they have there? They can do one thing, basically, and it's throw missile.
Yeah, essentially.
It's it's Yemen. What do you expect them to do, Ethan?
They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing
There's a reason why they filmed a helicopter
and
landing
resisting
on that
against
boat.
Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does
around.
that do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like a.
Why is it a different thing? You think the
Well, the
Ansarullah movement
Houthis-
doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own.
A portion. It's like 90% of the population. They are the government.
No, well, it's more of a land doesn't vote thing, actually.
Okay.
I believe a slight majority of the population actually supports the recognized government.
Ah, interesting.
The Houthis have control over a very specific thing, but they also have the fighting force to hold the control as well. The government needed to run to fucking Saudi Arabia to help because they don't have the people
necessary. Yeah.
If they're like these people, it's not that they love the government that's in power. It's that they don't like the Houthis more, and they also don't want to die for the government, so they're not about to enlist in their war. But I've said this before, but like the UN recognized government is actually the Hamas affiliate in Yemen. Like the government that the US supports has a Hamas affiliate in it. The opposition party in the UN recognized government is actually a socialist and Muslim Brotherhood coalition to depose the majority. Like they formed a coalition of seats, but it's two separate parties. And so since they're Muslim Brotherhood in the opposition, they're literally the Hamas chapter there.
Crazy.
As well. Right? So the Houthis are technically fighting Hamas.
That's very funny. How the tables have turned.
Own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement's history.
I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansarullah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansarullah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
Arms.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should try saying that sometimes.
Because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansarullah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have slaves. That's not even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery.
Everyone has slaves.
Fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing a
defending the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
Ethan, this is the same argument Hasan would use to defend China's occupation of Tibet, by the way. Just so you know.
What are you talking
Just
about,
acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit.
Yes, they
They
do.
don't have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's
man-made
that
famine
blockade, by the way,
backed
helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
It's literally causing it.
As far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansarullah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Oh, their blockade.
All right, we gotta move to the movie. How much more of this
But
do we
Hasan
want?
has a legendary crash out at the end, I heard.
Oh, does he?
Yes.
Alright, we'll watch the last 20.
Okay, sure.
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself.
Oh my God!
There's trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true.
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like,
and you have to
again, bro,
apologize
the
because you're an
thing is you
embarrassing
can't-
figure.
you can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom.
Let's
As
keep going back.
a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian
How much time do you
voices.
think it makes an
That's
Instagram
why.
story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a bad
listen,
empanada video
listen,
about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked
What?
about me. And that's what happened, right? Because
not-
you couldn't
it's not a
shut up about
separate
it.
war
Your
room.
fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He
My
sucks.
fans are
Please
fine,
stop
bro.
talking
Don't worry
it."
about my
and
fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty
As though
drama.
it's
You are
petty
deeply
drama,
anti-Semitic
even though it
Well, it certainly sounds like it started.
is a
fucking
real
propagandist
issue that
liar.
took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said
you don't
that.
want anyone
I've
to
said that
fucking resist
consistently
against
for
it.
years. Liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable
What do
position.
you mean kidnapping
it makes
civilians?
No
You're
sense.
so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a
You've
time
proven
when
that
the
today.
Trump administration,
Today-
at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's
How
bad
do you not
happening. Don't call me
understand
out. That's
How do you
bad
not
happening. Don't call me
understand?
out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you
Why
not
didn't you watch the bad
understand
empanada video?
that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember,
You're playing
everybody
a formative
watching.
role
Completely
when you
broken
don't
down.
talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do?
Oh my
I told
God!
people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously.
Jesus Christ.
What'd you do?
Ethan,
Did you?
congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump
Congratulations
would have been
for advocating for
equally
Kamala.
bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
not Joe
What did
Biden,
I
it's
do?
Kamala
Well,
Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC,
It's
but I
not-
actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the
got kicked
Democratic Party
out,
that
by
they
the
didn't
way.
listen to, unfortunately.
kick you out
And
of the
because
DNC?
they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about
did you-
that?
I don't know.
Why the
Who'd
fuck
you-
do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did
I
you
have
vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I
told
think
people
you did.
not to vote for Trump.
I
I've
said-
said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein
Yeah,
a
you didn't
grifter
endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason,
Oh, Hasan 100% voted for PSL.
He definitely voted for the
despite
Democrats.
the fact that I voted
Oh, you reckon?
Yes.
You reckon he just
He
crumbled
wouldn't
and
specifically.
bent the knee?
No, he literally said that he would endorse and campaign and door knock for the Harris campaign if they just made a
they
simple
asked?
point that they were going to be different on
Oh.
Gaza. He
Interesting.
literally said that. He wouldn't publicly endorse the campaign. And that's the thing, is he was a huge streamer and they wanted to go on Howard Stern. Like, do you understand how much they could have, if they actually tried to court Hasan? Like, why do you think
Yeah.
AOC went to fucking play Among Us with him?
Mm-hmm. Whoever was on Harris's team should never work in politics again.
Absolutely.
Like
They
should
literally
be
told Tim Walz to
blacklisted.
stop being himself.
Blacklisted. Like that. I'm assuming they're the ones who told them to drop the weird line.
Okay.
Which was breaking the
The
Republicans.
Houthis control 70% of the population.
Okay, so it is high.
Mm-hmm.
Not
So
as high
it
as
was
I
the
said.
other way around. The other guys is just land. So they hold more territory, but it's just land.
See, I know some stuff.
I wasn't sure what way it was, though.
Dude, they fucked it up so bad. Like those people should be blacklisted. Every single person on that campaign.
voted live, mind you.
And you didn't.
They also went on, I've had it.
The fucking Cheneys.
Right?
Really?
Well, it's because they really thought that these conservatives that were disaffected with Trump would vote for a black woman.
Insane.
Like, these
Absolute
conservatives
fucking
weren't
idiots.
the ones who were fucking, like, the Tea Party people.
Mm-hmm.
Who were just mad at the
Complete-
tan suit and shit.
Vacant skulls.
lying to your audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never
Who'd you
been a
vote
moment where
for?
I said do
Who
not
did you
vote.
vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why
with
didn't you
that.
endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said
huh?
I think because you didn't say who
Oh,
you
you
voted
think?
for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's what I said.
think?
It's an
Oh,
opinion.
you think? Oh,
Here's
you don't
the
give a
crash
fuck,
out.
dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala
you
Harris.
voted for her.
And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's
because
president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know
Trump's
why?
building the
This is fucking
Riviera in Gaza
embarrassing
Strip,
that
and guess
they
what? You
did-
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos.
Ethan. Oh my god. This is not the person to direct this criticism at. This is the criticism that you direct.
Bro, I'm telling you, the
person-
day
hold
after
on,
the
hold on.
election,
I'm making a
he was
point.
coping so hard he was blaming Hasan for losing.
Amazing. That's incredible. Like,
Go on,
this is
though.
the kind of criticism that you need to direct at the people that introduce Hasan to his speeches.
That was one time, okay?
And you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't
Yeah,
acknowledge the
as opposed
trauma
to
of
you.
both sides. Two things
As opposed
must
to you,
always be
Ethan.
true,
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize. Because you
Like, we went over it on the election day, like the day after it, I'm pretty sure. We were going through like PSL
Bro.
and like the alt left sort of Asadis, and they were ecstatic. They were so happy because they get to
Like-
keep whinging.
This whole thing about him defending the tariffs, like, they might lose their business because they source clothing out of China, Hasan.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? He spent time trying to rationalize them because he couldn't understand why Trump would do it.
Yeah, and it's like
So he was trying to figure
the
out
Teddy
what the
Fresh-
rationalization was.
Like the Teddy Fresh hoodies are really fucking good. Where is it? Like, I've had this for 6 years.
Okay.
right?
Zionist
And, like,
supporter.
I never looked at where it was made. I'm not
China.
even sure they have tags that actually say it. Doesn't seem like it. But I'll tell you what. Expensive. Worth every cent.
But that's the thing. Like, they do source out of China, but like
It's
Neil has
ethically
talked
sourced.
about it. Like they've tried other countries and businesses and they weren't satisfied with the quality of the product.
Yeah. No, like I don't want to get rid of these even though they're I bought these when I was 170 kilos. So what? 330 25 pounds, something like that. Huge, massive. And I don't want to get rid of them because they're good hoodies. Like, this is the thing, is it's not about Chinese manufacturing, it's about the cheap, low-cost stuff. Right? And this is the point that people need to understand. And it's like, this is why blanket tariffs don't work. If he had just targeted the tariffs like they already were, expand the already targeted tariffs, hit manufacturing, like low-cost manufacturing, like Temu and Shein and that sort of shit, nobody would have been mad. Nobody.
Yeah, because it
Increase-
would have been an expansion of the
an already
tariff
existing
policy that him and Joe Biden had already built up.
Exactly. Nobody would have cared. It would have just been another, like a good policy from Donald Trump. Except he goes with his Liberation Day shit, and bam, now you've got one of the worst tax policies in American history. Enjoy your country.
You can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to
Look,
me.
You can't fathom
It
that
is
somebody
embarrassing
says
that you-
something.
Y'all gotta click that link on there for the secret poll because it's too close to call right now.
Do I need to
And
tie-break
time's
it?
running out.
Do I need to tie break it?
In 5 minutes, if another person hasn't voted, we'll see.
Okay. But yeah, like those, like I have a lot of hesitation about spending like significant money on pieces of clothing because I don't trust companies to have the quality that I would expect at that price. Those were like 130 Australian, 140 Australian, something like that. They could ask $200 easily. They could easily ask like Gucci prices for that shit if they wanted to, but they don't. So I don't know. Like that, the whole criticism of Teddy Fresh, I think, is unnecessary and uncalled for. It's completely unrelated.
Wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across.
Like if anything, their method should be praised as like the right thing to do. Ethically sourcing, even through China.
Smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you watch my interview with him? You
like
fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're going out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending
you were just on Steiny's podcast, you hypocrite.
Is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny. You're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this no matter what their background is. Right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs. And it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bannon Panana's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Palestine,
oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward.
about the difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Sure,
Didn't he just
exactly like you thought?
want you to watch an entire compilation where he constantly defended and saying you were pro-Palestine? What happened to that?
He did.
Can we roll back and hear what Hasan just said there?
It's about you.
And it will be fine from anyone and wars are your friends with. Like Steiny and Jeff. You come across as smart in this process. Please. How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance? Okay? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're going out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending
you were just on Steiny's podcast, you hypocrite.
Is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny. You're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
is all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad and Panona?
Ethan did not like that. Is that the crash out?
No, you missed. You haven't. You went way too far back. You haven't even gotten to the point. I was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This video's about you.
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was
because he's
criticizing you.
pro-Palestine,
Oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hasan.
difference in
It's
methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason to
shouldn't talk
divide
about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can
See?
you please contend with the obvious
If
swine
you
quote
were
when they left?
pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you. I thought, didn't he try to do this whole "I'm good faith" thing, showing all those defenses that he says Ethan is pro-Palestine? What happened to that?
Yes. Well, maybe it's defending previous statements, but this is specifically about.
No, now he's
a
just
more-
mad, so now Ethan isn't pro-Palestine suddenly.
I don't know. I'm being charitable.
Not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid.
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avishalaim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I
Yes,
like
dude,
Sam.
a 40-year-old
like,
man who
he-
needs a fucking button when he has like a
I
little
button?
oopsie moment
Did I button?
is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing
Did I
himself.
button
He
during
did.
that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to
That's what you
explain to you what was
wanted.
going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would
I
you want to
wanted that
lower his
conversation to be
status?
private, Ethan. I
Why
wanted
did
that
you
conversation to be
lower his
private because I
status?
thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed. You
Drama
thought
obsessed.
Sam
We had an
Cedar was
argument
gonna
about
give you
fucking
clips so you
South
could use
Africa
against me.
apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy,
hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
You
yes.
ignore
Nelson
it. It's so
Mandela.
important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip ship the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're
it-
going
what?
to say the
Dude,
violent things that
Hasan.
the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hasan,
and
how many
dealt
civilians
with.
died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than
or
100.
1,000?
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll
Are
read
you
you a
comparing-
quote from his trial. I'll read
Are
you a
you-
quote.
How many Palestinians has Israel killed in... How long have they been bombing Gaza? Is it 20 times the number yet? More? 40 times? It was only like 1,200 people, right?
They're just
on October 7th?
groups that shouldn't be compared. You can compare the apartheid, but...
Yeah. Like, like, why are we fucking talking about numbers? Fuck the numbers. Who gives a shit? Like, Israeli supporters are obsessed with being like, oh, but my 1,200 people on October 7th. Okay, what about the 50% population that is children in Gaza that Israel has been bombing for an extended 18-month campaign? Do those lives not matter? Do those numbers not matter?
Are they white?
Believe... I don't... anytime somebody brings up numbers about Israel, I will die on that hill. I will make them quit arguing if they refuse to see this point that the numbers matter. They don't matter. Because as soon as you start talking about numbers, I can just start bringing up how many children Israel has bombed to death. You know, you want to see some kid meat curtains? Look up when...
Oh, no, you think that's funny? Meat curtains? You just said you want to see some kid meat curtains. You pedo. I cannot believe you would say something like that.
Should I bring up the picture?
No, I do not want to see a child's meat curtains. What's wrong with you? No, like, I obviously know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. But I actually think that one that I'm referencing...
Poor choice of words.
I know. I think the ones that you are thinking about that I'm kind of referencing...
I'm not thinking about
the Druze
child
one.
meat curtains at all.
No. The Druze one where it was a Hezbollah rocket, I think.
Oh no, I just have
But
seen plenty of videos where people are literally like just reduced to a fucking slab of meat that's like hanging over a wire and
there
shit.
There are a few, wire. What's the metal between concrete?
Rebar.
Rebar, just like hanging off rebar. Kids squished between concrete from collapsing buildings, like all this shit, right? And it's like, if you, like, yes, October 7th was horrific. Everybody understands. The problem isn't arguing against October 7th. It's not downplaying October 7th. It's the fact that Israel's response is literally what they wanted. I think somebody in the chat, or it might have been us, said it the other day, that it was Fudge, that October 7th was Hamas's 9/11. They wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
They asked for it. This is
well,
exactly
Ethan
what
was
they
trying
wanted.
to say that too. That's the thing. There's so much bad
Hasan
faith
wouldn't accept that.
that when you try to contextualize why October 7th happened, then you're suddenly supporting it.
Mm-hmm.
By saying, of course the Palestinians did this, because what else do they have? When you rationalize it like that, then you're defending it. When you say that the Palestinians did it knowing how Israel responded, and that was part of the reason why they did it, then you're defending Israel's justification for bombing them. Like, no matter what, you're interpreted in bad faith.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well,
nuance
you
isn't
can
allowed.
Interpret it that way. Yeah, but, and this is what I always say to people, is like, you can interpret it that way, but I spent like, what, 3 months not talking about it?
Mm-hmm.
Just learning, understanding, and to come out of it to have people being like, oh, well, you're supporting this side, after I've gone through all this time getting context and understanding what genocide is at a more fundamental level, understanding what defines it, understand the traits, the language, all of this stuff. And you're telling me that I support them because I'm able to examine this in an unbiased way? Eat shit. Fuck your team.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten...
Hey, Hasan. How about 60 plus years of occupation of Tibet? You support that?
He does.
That's kind of interesting.
That's why he has to deny
more
that the Houthis have slaves.
Yeah, it's all cope. Ideological cope.
Yeah, because that's his ultimate justification for occupation and shit.
Yeah.
Radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we...
One thing that I found that nobody addresses ever is the abduction of the Panchen Lama. But did you see that we got tagged by somebody who was talking about it because I made a post about it? They just randomly tagged us?
Time's running out. You must vote in this poll.
Yes, vote in the poll.
We first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones, rocks, and the second intifada in the aftermath.
My worst choice of words so far.
Of horrific acts of terror.
Let me read
against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote,
also,
there were four forms of violence that were possible.
Mandela had the luxury to do infrastructure and sabotage attacks.
Yes.
It is a much different scenario. Like, they had, like, I mean, technically the Palestinians globally do have a majority, but, like, they had the population. There was no way they could be like pushed into a walled camp like, you know, like Gaza is.
Well, so why is there so many options?
Oh, well, because there was already a few on there, and then when I added that one, I needed to disguise it.
Okay.
So I had to add more.
Fair enough. Alright.
That's the thing, is we need to, you know, when they win, they can be eliminated, so it starts getting shortened.
I'm not going to look at the results, but I voted.
Sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing for liberation?
Of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said, Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow violence,
he said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the first
said
time.
no
and in both
times. He refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
There was bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you think I'm so dumb?
Okay, how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable.
Oh my God, I'm off by 100. I was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you just made a big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence, because he understood that as long as
sabotage is violence.
Revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction,
I'm waiting.
Of the apartheid
Tell a joke.
It is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Tell a joke.
What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way,
liberal,
that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years.
I'll answer the question for him. No, Nelson Mandela was a nationalist.
So is Hamas.
Infinitely worse.
Well, let's ask someone that lived through
assessment, by the way.
But the question is Mandela a Zionist? No. He is a nationalist. Zionists are inherently nationalists, but this is a different type of nationalism.
That is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was able to fucking see.
You think Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? Hasan, you're a liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He said
speech,
more
you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip chimps.
Remember that you
Oh, it's the clip, bro. We have Jews.
He said about Nelson Mandela.
What are you talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. He says that if peaceful
Arafat is a comrade in arms, is what he
then
says.
Violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
because it
He's
doesn't
a
suit your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking philosophically.
Yes, you just did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said
literally views, yeah.
Bro, you see how much they're cutting back and forth?
Yeah, I have noticed.
Like, just right here alone, they literally cut back and forth every second there.
Yeah, alright, I think we can call it there.
Alright, last second to vote in that poll.
YouTube.
Yeah, so if you're on YouTube...
Post that link.
I can... this is the... If you're on YouTube and you want to watch the pirated movie with us... Why can't I can't click? Google Chrome has killed itself.
Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from
Anyway,
Iblis.
there's if you're on YouTube and you click that, that's the channel that will go live once we shut down YouTube.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Alright, I'm shutting it down.
I bid you good day, sir.
Click that link, fellas. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time.
What'd you vote for, Jack?
I'm not telling you. You know what's great, though? Didn't vote in the national election, voted in this poll.
Yeah, because the poll's more important.
Exactly.